bell be rung for 10 minutes. And this is pursuant to the House Standing Order number 34, that at the commencement of the House or of a committee, the whole House shall be 50 members. So the number that is currently inside the chamber is not 50. And that has necessitated the call for a quorum bell by the Speaker. Of course, this is to alert the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament but yet to make the way to the chambers to be able to speed up and get to the chambers and join their fellow members already in the chambers for the House to attain that required number of 50 members. And as you can see, that is what we will be seeing members getting into the chambers once the number is achieved. The sergeant at arms who are keeping tabs with the numbers of the members who are in and those who are walking in, then once the quorum is achieved, they will be alerting the clerk, and the Speaker will be calling the House to order for the commencement of the House business. But what we will be seeing now is that members will be getting into the chambers until that number is achieved. And this is pursuant to the House Standing Order, that if the quorum is not present at the commencement of the House business, then business cannot start unless and until that number is achieved. Looking at the business that is lined up for consideration at the National Assembly sitting this afternoon is that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3 of the National Assembly, a bill that is lined up to have its publication period reduced from 7 days to 4 days in a procedural motion by the Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, will be read for the first time on the National Assembly floor. And this is a bill that makes provisions for giving statutory sanctions for public expenditure for the year ending on the 30th of June 2024 on the basis of the Supplementary Estimates 1. Remember, the supplementary estimates have already been tabled of expenditure 2023-2024 and the Supplementary Estimates 1 of expenditure 2023-2024. One is on the recurrent and the other one is on the development and for the appropriation of those amounts. This bill is lined up to also proceed to second reading as well as third reading at the committee of the whole stage. So the quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over back to the proceedings.
I don't see any of the whips on either side.
I think, Honorable Speaker,
you assured the House,
yes,
as an office, that at the beginning of every session, all your chairmen or chairpersons of committees must be in the House, because their numbers alone constitute quorum. When you add on the vice chairs, we have more than enough members. What has happened?
Honorable Speaker,
majority?
Yes, I think, Honorable Speaker,
Can you reassure the House?
I want to reassure the House
that commitment, because
that we have
it is very unkind to the Speaker to allow him to come and sit here helplessly as we continue ringing the bell when you have enough members, even without whipping, to whip themselves to be here.
Honorable Speaker, it's very unfortunate that this thing is happening, and as you said, we have the numbers, especially chairs and vice chairs, and I think I want to be very categorical that they have lacked sense of responsibility.
And it's not that you don't have choices, you do.
Yes, we have choices, and I think, Honorable Speaker, I can assure you, as we approach the next session of Parliament, we'll crack the whip on our chairs and vice chairs, so that we ensure that as we come back after recess, we do not have this kind of a problem. It also embarrasses us as leadership.
Yes. McLeod, the Speaker doesn't need any help on this. Take your seat. Take your seat. Clerk, call.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Moses Kirima. Honorable Moses Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I beg to petition this Honorable House on behalf of one Mr. Gerald Mulikiru, a citizen or a resident of Central Imenti. Mr. Speaker, sir, I, the undersigned, on behalf of one Gerald Mulikiru, residing in Central Imenti constituency, draw the attention of this Honorable House to the following. That through a letter dated that 1st January 2025, one Mr. Gerald Mulikiru was wrongly terminated by Absa Bank, formerly the Bankrate Bank of Kenya Limited. That Absa Bank claimed that in the course of duty, Mr. Gerald Mulikiru incurred a loss of Kenya shillings 149,000 Kenya shillings, which was borrowed from him by the then retail manager in the same bank. That on the spot, investigations done on 30th November 2004 by the senior retail manager revealed that Mr. Gerald Mulikiru and a shortage of only Kenya shillings 366.10. That Mr. Gerald Mulikiru launched a trade dispute with the Minister of Labor and Social Protection, who recommended that he be reinstated without loss of benefits or breaking years of service, be paid 10 months gross salary as compensation for the wrongful or unfair termination, and any other relief the management would deem it fit in a judgment dated 7th February 2008. That the petitioner is a victim of witch hunting, discrimination, intimidation, nepotism, and malice. That the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any court of law or any other constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioner prays that the National Assembly, through the Public Petition Committee, inquire into the dismissal of Mr. Gerald Mulikiru by Absa Bank, formerly the Bankrate Bank of Kenya Limited. Recommend that Absa Bank considers reinstating the petitioner without loss or breaking years of service, and makes any other recommendations or action it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioner. And your petitioner will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Kirima. Daud. Honorable Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the petition by Honorable Kirima regarding Mr. Gerald. Mr. Speaker, the amount involved is so petty that somebody can have a mistake in the daily accounts, the ones he receives in the bank. And I think the Absa Bank should have been more considerate with Mr. Gerald and should unequivocally reinstate Mr. Gerald with his benefits, because 361 shillings difference in the takings should not be a reason to be dismissed. So I join Honorable Kirima in this petition.
Atandi, you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all thank Gerald for being courageous enough to bring this matter to this House. Honorable Speaker, a lot of Kenyans working in private sector, especially in banks, suffer a lot under some of these conditions that are humiliating, and they are unable to raise these matters because they fear that if these matters come to the limelight, they will never be able to get jobs elsewhere. Because in the financial sector, once you are deemed to have been fired in one bank, you can't get a job in the next bank. So, Honorable Speaker, this is very very courageous of him. And Honorable Speaker, the committee that's going to look at this matter must do thorough investigations. But Honorable Speaker, this is the only country where international companies can easily fire locals without even any action taken on them. And this happens every day, Honorable Speaker. So this is the time this House also looked at another aspect that we don't look at very seriously, where international staff working in banks, international banks, doing jobs that can be done by Kenyans. You find an expatriate coming here to do a job which can be done by Kenyans, and we don't take this matter serious. So, Honorable Speaker, let the committee go deeper into this matter and investigate many other cases of this nature. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Sorry, I've not committed the petition. The petition is committed to the Public Petitions Committee to report back in 60 days, as is required under the standing orders. Is the chair here? Oh, and by a job, it's your job. I'm not asking you to say anything, but you can see. Yes. And the order paper is normally circulated. The chairman knows that matters relating to their jurisdiction are coming, and they are not here. Next order. Inform your chairman for public petitions and encourage members. Honorable members, we are not trying to be hard on you. It's your duty to be in this house. You are elected to be in this house. And I can tell you, you are truly here for all my years in Parliament. The Speaker found me in Parliament. When the Speaker left, I followed him when he's leaving. Every single day. And it never affected my election back home. So don't say that you are in the constituency when you are supposed to be in the House. You must be here. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 21st November 2023. 1. Legal notice number 186 of 2023 relating to revision of the laws, rectification order 2023, and the explanatory mandatory from the Office of the Attorney General. 2nd, annual report of the Victim Protection Board for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Attorney General. 3. Quarterly economic and budgetary review report for financial year 2023-2024 from the National Treasury. 4. Annual report of the National Land Commission for the financial year 2022-2023 from the National Lands Commission. 5. Annual audited report of the Kenya Industrial Property Institute for the financial year 2021-2022 from the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. 6. The biannual report on the status of alcohol and drug abuse control in Kenya, 17th edition, covering from the period of July to December 2022 from the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. 7. Reports of the Auditor General on financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and certificates therein in respect of the following: de-risking, inclusion and value enhancement of pastoral economics drive project, Enable Youth Kenya program, Samata Wajia Road project, Merile Marsabit Road rehabilitation project, East Africa Skills Transformation and Regional Integration Project, State Department for Roads, and lastly, Honorable Speaker, Africa Environmental Health and Pollution Management Project, EHPMP. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Before we call the next order, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of 6 staff from the Department of Official Reports in the Parliament of Uganda. Honorable members, they are on a visit to the National Assembly to learn about the production of timely and accurate verbatim reports of the proceedings of Parliament in the Directorate of Hansard and Audio Services. On my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them and wish them fruitful engagement during their stay in the country. Thank you. In the public gallery, we have University of Nairobi Students Association Nyanza chapter from various constituencies and various counties. Again, on your behalf and my own behalf, we welcome them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The member for Mandera South, Honorable Abdul Haro.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the current severe El Nino crisis and its devastating effects, particularly in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, the adverse effects of the El Nino crisis are significantly impacting a lot of critical facets of our country. The rains are disrupting the ongoing national exams for students with potential long-term consequences on the education and future prospects of students. In Mandera County, numerous schools are also being utilized as refugee shelters, posing challenges to both the displaced individuals and the educational institutions involved. Some vital healthcare facilities, including hospitals, are submerged, rendering them inaccessible. This has unfortunately left the affected population without access to medical assistance in the wake of dangerous outbreak of diseases. Honorable Speaker, it is disheartening to note that private individuals have had to step in actively to engage in rescue and relief efforts, underlying the urgency and the gravity of the situation. The current death toll stands at 46, with over 14 reported injuries, and the potential for further casualties is imminent if immediate action is not taken. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view to exploring possible and long-lasting solutions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you have the requisite support? The support is overwhelming. Honorable members, you may take your seats. You may take your seats now. Honorable member for Mandera Central. Order, honorable members. Order, Honorable Bowen and your group. Honorable members, I direct that having garnered the requisite support numbers, this motion of adjournment will be moved at the end of the business at order number 12 or at 5:30, whichever comes earlier. Are we together, honorable member? At the end of the business at order number 12 or at 5:30, whichever comes earlier. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Next.
Order number 8, procedural motion, reduction of publication period of a specified bill.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, that this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the supplementary appropriation number 3 bill, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023, from 7 days to 4 days. And Honorable Speaker, the essence of this, as members are aware, there is nothing much happening in regards to government, and that is affecting actually this House just like any other agency of government, because when there is
process like the one we are undertaking now for supplementary estimates, as members are aware, the system of government, famously known as IFMIS, usually does not operate. And the reason for this, Honorable Speaker, is usually because some of the effects we are making on the budget, some MDAs could proceed, for example, to expend the monies probably which have already been proposed for cuts. So the essence of actually locking, in quotes, the IFMIS is usually for tidiness of government financials, because the process we are undertaking now is to vary the budget. And we cannot now be expending the same monies that we are varying. So the essence of this motion is for us to be able to conclude the debate in regards to appropriations bill today, and henceforth then conclude the matter of supplementary estimate, so that then we can free up resources to go into our CDF, to go into our roads, to go into our water, for Parliament to operate, and any other government agency. And Honorable Speaker, I request the very eloquent member for Kirinyaga, Honorable Jerry, to second.
It's an eloquence here.
Honorable Speaker, I I rise to second, and I thank my very good friend and role model to many of the young politicians, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, the member for Kiharu. Honorable Speaker, indeed, we need the country to be able to operate, and I am seeking that once this is done, Treasury releases the funds with immediate effect so that we can get back to work. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Njeri. Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Supplementary Appropriation Number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 71 of 2023, from 7 days to 4 days. Is that the mood of the House? I'll now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Supplementary Appropriation Number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 71 of 2023, from 7 days to 4 days. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Order. Honorable Mwenje, before we declared you whip, you are fighting to sit on the front bench. Now that we have done so, you've shifted to the back bench. Okay, next order.
Order number 9, the Supplementary Appropriation Number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 71 of 2023, first reading. An Act of Parliament, a bill for an Act of Parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and the application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2024, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the Supplementary Appropriations Number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 71 of 2023, second reading.
Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. Give it to the clerk.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move that the Supplementary Appropriations Number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 71 of 2023 be read for a second time. And Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, last week we robustly debated the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee in regards to the supplementary estimates. And therefore, I will just highlight just but a few of the issues that are already here in this supplementary, in this bill, of the Supplementary Appropriations Bill, that is Supplementary 1 of 2023. And Honorable Speaker, I was able to appraise the members of the fact that the essence of this supplementary budget that we are currently debating today and hopefully conclude by end of this session, the reason why we had to do this supplementary budget at this time is primarily hedged on only three things. One of the critical things that we are doing in rearranging government financials in this supplementary estimates, one, the main thing was the repayment of interest rates of the obligations that we owe both domestically and externally. And Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, we passed the budget, the main budget in June, but from June to date, there has been dynamics across the money markets. And the money markets are the ones that affect the cost of money. One, Honorable Speaker, is that we have seen a rise or increase in interest rates here locally, as we have seen increase in foreign or global interest rates. Honorable Speaker, most of our foreign debt is dollar denominated. And even to start with the global figure about our debt, is that Kenya, give or take, has around 10-point-something trillion Kenya shillings in debt. And out of which 50% of that debt is foreign. Most of the foreign debt is dollar denominated. Honorable Speaker, from January to date, our local currency, the cash, has lost over 21%. And therefore, in consequence, what that means is that around 4.3 trillion Kenya shillings that we owed by the beginning of this year has been able to escalate to around 5.3 trillion, majority of which is not money that we have borrowed, but just the variations in our local currency in regards to the dollar, which is a denomination that is used in most of our borrowing. And therefore, the essence of the monies that we are enhancing is basically to be able to provide for that. 145 billion Kenya shillings in this supplementary budget is going to just enhance the payment of our interest rates, both domestically and also in terms of foreign debt. Honorable Speaker, some members, and it's important that I clarify. Why do we have to keep up on raising our interest rates as a country? Why is T-bills now having much more yield than they were having in June? Honorable Speaker, when we are looking at the economy and looking at something we call balance of payment has two components. One is in the current account that records the net imports, that is the X minus M. But then there is another one that records capital inflows minus the capital outflows. Now what happens is that when the other global interest rates are rising, if the current or the domestic interest rates does not go in tandem, then what happens, Honorable Speaker, is that we make other economies more attractive for investment. And that is why Kenya cannot be isolated. When the global interest rates are rising, Kenya also raises so that we can also attract capital inflows within the country. That is one of the reasons we had to raise or to increase our budget in this supplementary budget. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is that when we are doing the budgeting for a country, we use financial years. That is from June to June. But when the country is doing other arrangements, for example, education, we do that cognizant of the calendar year. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, one of the other reasons that we did this supplementary budget in regards to figures is that we needed to capacitate our education sector by capitalizing it more. So what we have done in that regard, Honorable Speaker, is that we have added but over 70 billion Kenya shillings into our education sector. Honorable Speaker, it is important that I let the members know that our education sector currently is taking up 700 billion Kenya shillings of our budget, which is commendable, Honorable Speaker, because these are monies that are going into the tomorrow of our country. And Honorable Speaker, this is an investment. Honorable Speaker, out of that money that is going to education, 5.4 billion Kenya shillings is going into JSS capitation, because we are adding much more money into JSS, so that parents do not have to cough money out of their pockets come January, and especially for those who will be joining JSS in January. Honorable Speaker, secondly, we have been able to add over 20 billion Kenya shillings into our higher education. Honorable Speaker, we have capitalized our help more to be able to give loans to higher education students and also to provide scholarships to higher education students and especially universities. Honorable Speaker, also we have added over 5 billion Kenya shillings into our TVETs. This money is going into payments of scholarships also to TVET students. Honorable Speaker, there is something I also want members to put a keen listening ear on. Honorable Speaker, in education, and Honorable Speaker, is important for members to note, we have added an extra 3.4 billion Kenya shillings into JSS infrastructure, that is laboratories, and that is other infrastructure related to JSS. And something we have done is that we have moved this money from the Ministry of Education. In this appropriations bill, if you check, 3.4 billion Kenya shillings we removed from the Ministry of Education, and we took that money to the Department of Planning, so that that money goes to NGCDF for these members of this House to manage the construction of JSS infrastructure. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we have been able to add 1 billion Kenya shillings. You know, Honorable Speaker, Nairobi is our capital. Whether we come from any other area of the country, from Murang'a to Taveta to Marsabit, to Iraret in Marsabit, or any other area, Nairobi is still our pride as our capital. But Honorable Speaker, Nairobi County has the highest number of school-going children who have no access to education. So what we have done in that regard is that we have added Nairobi County Kenya shillings 1 billion, monies that will go into enhancing infrastructure in our primary schools and secondary schools within Nairobi, because statistics in the Ministry of Education is very clear that Nairobi County is much more disadvantaged when it comes to infrastructure, and that is why many school-going children are not able to access education. Honorable Speaker, the third thing that made us have this supplementary budget is primarily the domain of our economy. The domain of our economy is that Kenya is still agrarian in nature. Honorable Speaker, agriculture employs the bulk of the Kenyan citizens. Actually, in rural areas, 70% of the residents in rural areas are employed by the value chains around agriculture. And Honorable Speaker, what we have done is that we have added 8.25 billion Kenya shillings into fertilizer subsidy for the next season. Honorable Speaker, we have also added more NCPB to mop up maize, Honorable Speaker, and we have also added monies for post-harvest management when it comes to maize, because we are expecting a bumper harvest as farmers are harvesting. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we were able to add more money that will go into that. Secondly, within agriculture, I have good news for the areas that are represented by members here of Kenyans who do sugar farming, because we were able to add, Honorable Speaker, close to Kenya shillings 2 billion into sugar reforms. And these sugar reforms, Honorable Speaker, number one is to help our factories to be able to procure sugar cane using sucrose level. But also number two, we have input over 1.5 billion Kenya shillings into payment of arrears of sugar farmers who are owed monies of sugar cane that they have already provided. Honorable Speaker, we also have good news for farmers of Kenya who are engaged in coffee production. because we have added Kenya shillings 4 billion into coffee farming and specifically into coffee cherry fund, so that the farmers of Kenya who do a marvelous job in terms of balancing our payments, Honorable Speaker, to be able to produce more coffee, and that is why we have recapitalized the coffee revolving fund, Honorable Speaker, with Kenya shillings 4 billion. Honorable Speaker, there are much more that we have been able to do in these supplementary estimates, because we believe that a country that is run by people is dynamic. And therefore the budget that we made in June, a lot has happened. And therefore we just needed to align the government resources to be able to go into areas that we deem have very high or are much more effective in terms of turning around inputs into outputs. And Honorable Speaker, agriculture has been seen to be a part of that. As I come to the conclusion, it is important, because budget making process affects the entire economy, that I highlight one area that members have been asking. Members have been asking, why is our currency decimated? Why is our currency on the receiving end in regards to other global currencies? Honorable Speaker, for the last 11 times that the Federal Reserve has met, that is the Federal Reserve of the US, they have consistently been raising interest rates. In January of 2022, the Federal Reserve rate in the US was in the band of 0% to 0.25%. They have then raised interest rates for 11 consecutive times, up to now the band of 5.25% to 5.5%. How is that related to the Kenyan shilling? Honorable Speaker, what has happened when the US raises interest rates? There is capital flight from all the other emerging economies like Kenya and the rest. And therefore we have seen a lot of capital outflows from emerging economies like Kenya. Of course, the investors going into the US, where they don't need to worry about currency devaluation. Honorable Speaker, the second thing is the regime of the central bank. Honorable Speaker, the central bank has 3 critical areas that it needs to do other than regulation of the financial institutions. And the critical role of the central bank is to set prices. And there are 3 categories of prices. One, there is prices of commodities, which we call inflation. Then there is the price of money, which we now use interest rates. But then there is the price of the domestic currency, which is forex or exchange rate, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the regime of the central bank affects how the domestic currency or the direction it takes. For the past 6 years, we have seen in Kenya that the central bank, whereas we are known that Kenya has a floating exchange rate regime where it is a matter of demand and supply, within that floating regime, there are 2 categories. There is the managed exchange rate regime, which is floating, but also there is independent. For the last 6 years, Honorable Speaker, Kenya adopted a managed independent a managed floating regime, Honorable Speaker. And therefore what we used to do, we could offload our dollars when we could see our shilling is weakening. And therefore we were able to manage our local currency, although artificially. Honorable Speaker, the current regime is that of independent, so that the shilling gets its true value in relation to other global currencies. Honorable Speaker, some members would then ask, why is also the shilling losing against, for example, the UGX, the Ugandan shilling, or the Tanzanian shilling? But Honorable Speaker, if you check the economic data of the Ugandan shilling versus the Kenyan shilling, the Tanzanian shilling versus the Kenyan shilling, you realize we are at the same level we were during Kibaki's time, around 2010 or thereabout. Why? Because now when the shilling finds its true value, then it is able to relate with other currencies independently. And Honorable Speaker, that is the main reason that we have seen some devaluation in the Kenyan shilling as it fights its grounding in an independent floating regime. Honorable Speaker, with those many words, I really want to thank all the members of this House. The Budget and Appropriations Committee always benefit greatly by listening to all these members. The majority of them even come to my office. They give me a lot of guidance and counsel, and therefore the work that we do, including the one of supplementary budget, is the collective wisdom of this House. I also want to thank the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, to thank the leadership of the House, of course led by our clerk, the leadership of the Parliamentary Budget Office, and especially to cite one director called Dr. Maside. There is a very important people, Honorable Speaker, who have been by my side all through, and they are here. There is Dr. Abel and Julie, and there is Dan. And Honorable Speaker, by coincidence, I went to Kenyatta University, and almost all these economists are from KU, Honorable Speaker. Including, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader of this House and the Chairman of ICT, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure those who never got an opportunity to go to KU, they can still do a postgraduate something around that institution. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I want to call upon the member for Oljororok, very effective member of our Budget Committee, to second this motion.
Proceed, honorable member. Give him a mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Thank you. That is KU in action. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, and order. Order, McClap. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023 be now read a second time. Honorable members, I want to give you some direction. This is literally a replica of the committee report. And I want us to agree how much time we want to spend on this. In my thinking, if the screen is full, contrary to my earlier advice, if we'll have some debate, it's now 3:15, I will allow short debate up to 3:45. Then we can, how much time do you want everybody to take? 3 minutes. Irene Mayaka, I've called you to speak. I see you on the screen. You have 3 minutes. At 3:45, I'll call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hear someone asking me my school. My school is the University of Nairobi, the only university with that there. Honorable Speaker, in regards to this particular bill, the appropriation bill, I want to stand here to just make a few remarks. And Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief because for me, the one area that I really have a concern for is R1017, where we have sought to increase the amount allocated to State House to a whopping 2 billion. And Honorable Speaker, I keenly listened to the Chair of Budget when he was giving us his remarks in support of why it is 2 billion. And I remember him mentioning that the reason for this is that the head of state would like to have more meetings in State House, including building a pavilion. But Honorable Speaker, we are experiencing extraordinary times, which means we need to make extraordinary decisions. And for me, if we must have meetings, then why don't we have online meetings? For example, why can't we have a Zoom meeting where the head of state can have Zoom meetings so that we even save more money? And for me, Honorable Speaker, I feel that this amount of money allocated is a bit too much. And the one area that I really want to support is the area of the diaspora. Diaspora has been allocated an approximate amount of 1 million. And for me, I feel this is an area that needed to have a bit more money allocated to them. And the reason for this is because we have a lot of investments coming from the diaspora people out there, and we need to capacitate and actually have proper infrastructure to make sure that we have actual data of which Kenyans are these that are in the diaspora, how much money are they making, how much taxation is coming through. But if we are allocating very little money towards this infrastructure, then we're not going to get the possible results. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, there's also an allocation for the Deputy President's office. And Honorable Speaker, I listened very carefully when the Deputy President mentioned that he also wants to eat seafood and lobsters in his office. And I'm just wondering, this additional allocation, is it for these lobsters and seafood? Because if we are all making sacrifices and reducing the amounts allocated to each and every area, then we need to make proper sacrifices. It cannot be luxurious sacrifices that we are making. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I think we really need to review the estimates that we've indicated here and have estimates that actually speak to the current economic situation of this country. I thank you.
Justice Kemei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me. And I'll be very brief. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee for a job well done. When I was listening to him, Mr. Speaker, I thought I was listening to the Minister for Finance. And I tried to look around to see whether he was reading from something, and apparently he was speaking from his mind. That is the way to go. But, Mr. Speaker, I have 2 points. Number one, the increase for the Ministry of Education is well guided. We must have enough money for our JSS schools because the program that we started the other day, and it must work. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the increase in the amount of money given to the agricultural sector, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, as I come from the cane-growing regions of Western Kenya, the money that will be used to pay arrears for farmers for public-owned mills, that I want to commend the Budget Committee for that decision. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit worried about the cane testing units. And I want to find out, Mr. Speaker, have these cane testing units which have been put in various sugar factories in the country really working? We must ask the question because we are giving about 400 million for cane testing units, Mr. Speaker. I want to beseech the chairman of the Appropriations Committee and my chairman in Agriculture to find out whether these cane testing units are working. And finally, Mr. Speaker, he spoke about Kenyatta University. If that is where economists are produced, I'm also an alumni of the University of Wales, the School of English Studies in Cardiff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Onchoke. Charles Onchoke.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. We are having a supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, against the backdrop where the country doesn't have a medium-term plan. One wonders how we can manage our economy without a medium-term plan. We are 11 months into the year without a medium-term plan. So the numbers probably we are talking about are flying all over the air. Mr. Speaker, listening to the chairman of budget talk about our economies, it's good to compare ourselves with the other economies. But it only goes as far as to give direction on how we need to manage our economy. The fact that the Federal Reserve has increased the interest rates of the USA for a number of times is not a reason for Kenya not to manage its economy better. Thank you.
Yes.
It's no reason for Kenya not to manage its economy better. We are in a situation where the interest rates are high, and the reason why our shilling is depreciating against the international strong currencies is because our imports are falling short of, our exports are falling short of imports. In other words, we are consuming more imports than exports. Why are our exports falling short of imports? The reason is our main exports like agriculture, tea, coffee, horticulture are falling. Why are they falling? It's because the Kenyan...
Your time is up. KJ. And you are not Nairobi, you are KJ, member for Dagoretti South.
Mr. Speaker, you got that very right. And an alumni of the great Kenyatta University, where I have great company in the plenary. I'm in the company of the greats like the Honorable Chair for Finance, the Honorable Chair for Budget and Appropriation, and many other greats, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to first congratulate the Budget and Appropriations Committee for burning the midnight oil and delivering this supplementary budget on time. What needs to be spoken, Mr. Speaker, because we can't go into the details in 3 minutes, is the style and manner in which the BAC approached budgeting this year. Mr. Speaker, the involvement of members of parliament, and especially the chairs of committees, was something unprecedented. We have to commend the new style and approach that has been adopted by the Finance Committee that is very inclusive and very considerate of the issues that are coming out from the members. As a member of parliament representing a Nairobi constituency, Mr. Speaker, we do appreciate that in this budget, we have been able to put in 1 billion Kenya shillings, monies that is being transferred into the planning ministry so that it can be appropriated through the CDF so that we can expand our primary schools in this city. Mr. Speaker, the primary schools in Nairobi have come to a state where some of them have been condemned as unfit for human occupation. Some schools that last were attended to in the era of the Nairobi City Commission. Some were attended in the era of the Nairobi City Council. Some were attended in the eras of Mayor Margaret Kenyatta. This is the time, Mr. Speaker, that we get the opportunity to bring up some of these schools up to standard. Mr. Speaker, the investment in the digital space is also commendable, Mr. Speaker, that the digital economy and the ICT sector did get a small boost with an improvement of the monies that have been appropriated to this sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I do call upon members of parliament to take the opportunity and honor the pledges that they made at the Kamkunji that you convened so that we can have digital innovation hubs in each and every single ward of this country. These digital innovation hubs, Mr. Speaker, are impressive. The few that have already been put up are already converting learners into earners. Young people who are walking into our TVETs, getting the digital literacy skills, getting trained on how to be able to work on online jobs and earning in dollars. Mr. Speaker, I will want to end it here by associating myself with the words of the chair that KU does produce brilliant minds, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Masinde and the other lady who has been supporting this committee are well known to me as extremely brilliant minds. And Mr. Speaker, there is a case to be made for the generational conversation that the people who are running the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker, are of a certain average age. When you look at the chair of budget, look at the chair of finance, look at Daktari and the people who are working, this is a generation that needs to make its mark akin to the generation of the Mwai Kibakis, the Kenneth Matibas, the Martin Shikukus, who are able to bring up a Kenya that was so brilliant in the 60s and the 70s that it was recognized all over. We are seeing a situation where we are bringing up leaders of a new generation that will make this country the envy of the people around this region, in the East African region, the envy of Africa and the envy of the world. Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate this opportunity to contribute to this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Joseph Oyula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to also support the supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, I start by congratulating the chair of the Budget Committee for being very eloquent in his presentation of this supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, as much as I support the increases and the adjustments that have been made, I would want to ask the Budget Committee to start thinking towards the reduction of there's an increase in the deficit. We should start thinking about the reduction of the deficit. Let us now start looking at a balanced budget. I know it is not something that can be done easily, but let us put our minds of bringing the budget, the deficit down, so that Kenya is also seen to be doing its operations in a more considerate manner. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to thank the budget chair and encourage him to start looking at the reduction of the deficit in the future. Thank you.
Beatrice Kamei. You are on the screen. I see you exclaiming. Are you ready for this?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to first thank the chair of this budget and appropriation and his members for the work well done, and to also appreciate the fact that he went to Kenyatta University. Those are great brains. I also went to the same university. So I'm here to appreciate this budget. Now, when it comes to the side of agriculture, I was trying to look at the tea sector, and I was wondering how much has been added to it, but I am made aware that the side of fertilizers is where the tea farmers will benefit from. For the coffee, 4 billion is good money, and the reforms will support many of our coffee farmers. Kericho, we have coffee, and the farmers had left coffee because the payment was very low. With this increase, I am sure coffee farmers will smile all the way to the bank. But I feel more money should have been allocated, Honorable Speaker, to tea farming. Milk, Honorable Speaker, the new KCC, having been added 1.5p, is very, very important. And I know many of our farmers will benefit from that, small and large-scale farmers. For the education sector to have 70 billion is a great achievement. We are investing for today and tomorrow. And I appreciate this committee for that, Honorable Speaker. Not to forget that the money allocated to affirmative action, which is more on the sanitary towels, will be a plus now that it is domiciled not in the side of Ministry of Education, but in affirmative ministry, gender ministry. I appreciate that, Honorable Speaker. So with that, I say this is good, but I believe when it comes to implementation, it will be done to the later, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kutoa sauti yangu katika makadirio ambayo yameletwa hapa bungeni ya nyongeza. Niweze kusema kuwa naunga mkono ambayo imeongezwa katika elimu, katika mambo ya usalama, mambo ya afya na mambo ya ukulima, kwa sababu Huu ukulima ndio uti wa mgongo wa taifa hili, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kama ilivyo hali yetu imekuwa tata katika taifa hili, uchumi umekuwa mbaya, upande wa wakulima wakiongezewa itaongeza uzalishaji na ile economy itapanda juu, uchumi utakuja juu, na na imani baadaye rais wetu aweza kupunguza sasa zile task ambazo zimekuwa zikitujia kila wakati, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, pia lazima niangalie upande mwingine, nikiangalia ile bajeti ambayo umeongezwa katika Ikulu na ile ambayo imeongezwa katika naibu wa rais, Mheshimiwa Spika, naona hiyo kidogo ingewachwa mahali ilipo, kwa sababu mwanzo ilivyowekwa kwanza kulikuwa na utata, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wakipunguza lakini pia waweze kuongezea huku kwenye afya, kwenye ukulima, kwenye usalama na kwenye elimu, Mheshimiwa Spika, itagusa nyoyo za wananchi wengi na itaweza kumpa hata umaarufu zaidi katika uongozi wake, itaweza kutuliza nyoyo za Wakenya ambao wanahangaika kwa wakati huu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo upande wa bajeti mimi naweza kusupport katika sehemu hizi 4 ambayo ni ukulima, usalama, elimu na mambo ya education. Lakini upande wa State House, Mheshimiwa Spika, samahani, mimi kama mama county naona pale ibaki vile ilivyo. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to add my voice on this supplementary budget. First and foremost, I want to thank the the chairman, for at least allocating resources to areas that actually are need. I particularly, Mr. Speaker, and I've asked him and he's just told me, confirmed that agriculture today is a shame that Kenya, being a country on a tropical area, is actually a net importer of food in this country. Something that we must take it very seriously. I want to find out how much money has been given to agriculture, because, Mr. Speaker, we are embarrassing ourselves. How do we import food? How do we import maize in this country? It's because I think we have not taken it very seriously, but I hope the supplementary budget, and I want to look at the figures, that we actually be able to have more money put in agriculture, get irrigation equipment in these areas that actually need irrigation. I can be able to buy some equipment so that during the dry season, we can be able to irrigate areas to be able to produce enough land, enough food for this country. I want to agree that he has put some money, but whether it's enough or not, I think is something that we want to sit, and I've just talked to my chairman here, we have to sit down and look at it and be able to see if we can get enough money to be appropriated into agricultural sector of this country. It's a shame that we import food. Now Kenya is a net importer of the food, which is not something, Mr. Speaker, that is very embarrassing. With those few remarks, I support the supplementary budget, and I hope the chairman will look at it critically to be able to look at that and be able to see what he can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ferdinand. Bowen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the supplementary budget. And congratulate my good friend, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. You know, he's bragging about Kenyatta University. At the time, during our time, the Kenyatta University was a school of arts and education. It was a college of education and arts. Mr. Speaker, the Jomo Kenyatta University, and we are many of us here from JKUAT, we are many. So, Honorable Speaker, let me support this appropriation bill and commend the committee of Ndindi Nyoro for the good job. Mr. Speaker, the only issue I have, especially as a chair of Blue Economy and Water, Mr. Speaker, if you check the northern Kenya and the coastal region, Honorable Speaker, which is very bad, partly affected by the floods. Mr. Speaker, those regions, as we speak, there is no even drinking water. And if you see from the budget which the Honorable Ndindi has just tabled here, there is very little allocated to those regions to address the issues of El Nino and the floods. Mr. Speaker, I appeared before the committee to present the case of these regions, and I don't know how much the Honorable Chair has given, because, Mr. Speaker, these are people currently, they are not even asking, they are not talking about coffee, they are not talking about maize, they are not talking about fertilizers, they are talking about livelihood, drinking water for them and their livestock. Mr. Speaker, many of us who are pastoralists, I'm talking on behalf of the pastoralists now, Mr. Speaker. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, we have seen there is a significant amount of money allocated for coffee, for tea, which we have not even seen. I thought initially, Mr. Speaker, tea was supposed to be like fruits, because I had not seen a tea tree. So, Mr. Speaker, I want, when we do a budget, we do a balanced budget for the entire country to make sure that every Kenyan, Mr. Speaker, because all of us, we are taxpayers, we make sure that there is a balanced budget which touches across the economy of this country, including us, the pastoralists. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of security, Mr. Speaker, last week, Mr. Speaker, we approved our men in uniform to go to 80. And Mr. Speaker, if you come to regions like Kerio Valley, where I come from, the northern Kenya, the Turkana, that side, there is no security. So I was seeking that in this budget, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro's committee and the also Treasury allocate enough money to address the issue of insecurity in northern part of the country and also the Rift Valley. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, from the budget I've seen from the Honorable Chair, it's generally a good budget, and I support, but I'm only telling the Chair next time when we are going to supplementary 3 or supplementary 2, they reach the parts of Kenya which he has forgotten in his budget now, he makes sure that it is addressed properly. And as we proceed, Honorable Speaker, also to approve this appropriation bill, the supplementary one which we passed in this House, we have not seen the exchequer. We have not seen their projects at that time when it was approved. Many government agencies went to advertise projects, and some contractors went to do some work, but that exchequer has not been released up to now, and we are talking again, passing supplementary 2. Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, go back to Treasury and speak well your economics. I had minus X, minus M, which you talked here. We don't want the minus X, we want to see the real figures in people's, yes, the real money in Kenyan pockets.
Karole Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm actually waiting for the next order, if it could be expedited. Thank you.
Now you are falling victim of my direction. If you are not speaking to the order on the floor, try as much as you can to get yourself off the screen so that we can be able to... Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support the motion as presented by my able chairman. Honorable Speaker, in this supplementary budget, the House has allocated sufficient resources to the security agencies, Department of Defense, NIS, and the general security of the country. Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that after this bill is passed, that the relevant agencies will do their best to address the question of insecurity in the country. Honorable Speaker, there is criminal gangs are running amok in this country. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, criminal gangs in my constituency attacked police officers who were guarding exams. And they were able to kill one police officer and injured another one. And went away with the guns. As we talk, 2 guns are in the hands of criminals in Siaya. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something which this House needs to take note of, and the security agencies have no excuse from today, after this budget is passed, not to be able to address insecurity challenges across the country. Honourable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Maklap.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I rise to support the Honourable Chair for budget on this S1, supplementary 1. Mr. Speaker, I have listened carefully, and I've also gone through the budget, the supplementary 1, that 1.8 or thereafter billion was allocated for compensation of farmers or payment of farmers that were not able to, the state-owned sugar factories were not able to pay them. So, Speaker, I support the payment of farmers because they are suffering and they supply their gain. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is we have actually sanitized corruption. What about the people who stole that money that the government is paying now? What has happened to them so that they can be able to replenish? Because other taxpayers are now contributing to the mess of some individuals who ran down those factories and made away with that money. What action are we going to do so that as majority of us of Kenyans who are not sugarcane farmers are actually contributing to sort out a mess of individuals who are now scot-free? So, Speaker, I support the payment of the farmers. Coffee, 4 billion to support coffee farmers. I have not seen something of tea. I have not seen something to support restocking of pastoralists, because now El Nino is when pastoralists will be able to raise a number of livestock that have been lost through drought and rain. Mr. Speaker, where is something for us? Those of us who come from the pastoral economy, who want to do now restocking, because we lost the majority of our animals in drought and in banditry, Mr. Speaker. We need this country to be equal. We need fairness in Kenya. As we do coffee in those places that grow coffee, we sort out farmers in those places they grow sugar. We also need to sort out farmers who grow tea. We need to sort out farmers who actually raise livestock for survival, Mr. Speaker, in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the chairman here for sorting out 6.3 billion for security, for modernization of security. But, Mr. Speaker, that modernization of security should not just be the police. That modernization must also go to the NBRs of Kenya, who are actually cutting community interests and their lives, Mr. Speaker. Modernization of NBR is required so that they have the right gear and the right weapons to be able to combat with crime that has already exceeded police force, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker,
your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, just one. Mr. Speaker, I agree that going forward in this country, we need a balanced budget. A balance. During Nyachai's time, I was not in Parliament. There was a time Nyachai brought in a balanced budget, revenue equal to expenditure. Mr. Speaker, during Kibaki's time, we financed our budget at a deficit of only 5%. Going forward, so that we don't sort out a problem caused by Bretton Woods institutions like World Bank and IMF, we need to move forward and swallow the bill and do a balanced budget that will be able to sort Kenya, and we don't go to the crisis of debt repayment and even increasing supplementary because of things that we don't have control as a nation. So, Speaker, I rise to support.
Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I want to take very little time in replying. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have said something about this supplementary budget, and it's important that I mention so that I also reply to their concerns. Number one, on Honorable Irene on State House. Honorable Speaker, I explained that in the second reading of the report, and the fact of the matter is that State House had not been given enough money in the main budget, and we did that consciously because there were more pressing needs. So we are just reinstating the budget that they never got in the first place in the main budget. Secondly, on diaspora, the 1 million shillings is an addition. You know, Honorable Speaker, this was a budget to cut. So they should actually be very happy that there is an addition, because most 90% of the institutions of government or MDAs actually lost money. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of education raised by Honorable Justice, we have already added more money to education. It was actually the highest gainer after the payment of interest rates. On Honorable Nchoke, I agree on the issue of interest rates and forex, that they have a big effect on the amount of money we end up paying our interest rates. Honorable Speaker, on Nairobi schools, as was highlighted by the chair of ICT, Honorable KJ, there was a clear need, specifically because land in Nairobi is very expensive. Well, we are expending our CDF monies in the other areas. The land we may purchase to build a school is relatively cheaper when you are not in Nairobi. And that is why Nairobi was considered, so that we have a semblance of equity also in our city. Many times you see the city of Nairobi, we see good roads, but there are very many informal areas and Kenyans who need our assistance. Honorable Speaker, I want to commend also Honorable Beatrice Kemei on the issue of milk. We have actually added more money to new KCC because we need them to mop out or to mop up much more milk, and especially, as Kenyans know, when it rains, we have more production of milk. And what happens is that the prices fall. This money is to mitigate that drastic fall in milk prices, and as far as the farmers are concerned. Honorable Speaker, there is an issue that has been raised by many members on whether there is actually money for flood mitigation. Honorable Speaker, in the Department of Asals, there is around 6 billion Kenya shillings we put for emergency. In fact, this money is donor-funded money. So what we do is that the government of Kenya allocates exchequer money or domestic monies, and then every shilling we spend, we get reimbursement from World Bank. So when it comes to flood mitigation and assisting Kenyans who are victims of floods, there is sufficient money, Honorable Speaker, that we have put in this supplementary budget. Honorable Zamzam, thank you very much. The money for security is there. Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, and the chair for agriculture is here, he can confirm, Honorable Mutunga, that this supplementary budget, the third gainer is actually agriculture. Agriculture in all respects. In terms of inputs, Honorable Mutunga has been a very good chair of that committee.
Yes, order. What is the point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the chair for budget in order to mislead the House by telling us that money has been allocated for El Nino and other disasters, when in the book we can see only money for capital expenditure, nothing for disaster. So where is he reading from? Whatever he's saying. We know that 22 counties are affected by disasters. So he should not speak to himself. He should speak to the House on what is tabled on the floor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Chairman, wind up.
Honorable Speaker, I want to request my brother, Honorable Sani, that with very much due respect, because he's a very, very important member of this House, I could pinpoint to him where the money is after this. There is Kenya shillings, 6 billion shillings for emergency. And you know, such a matter is not a matter to come to and talk before this House and before these honorable members on issues that are not there. It is so important a matter that no one should play politics with. So there is money that the government of Kenya has already provisioned for disaster management. And as I said before, there is monies expressly to be spent from the domestic sources, but there is also money for donor funding, Honorable Speaker, and that money is there and intact. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Ferdinand that agriculture is very important. And Honorable Mutunga, who is a very, very good chair of that committee, can confirm that he was actually smiling all the way in our committee. When the other chairs came, wailing because of the cuts, Honorable Mutunga was one of the gainers in the Committee for Agriculture. And we have done money or allocated into inputs into value chains, and also all the way into post-harvest management. I want to also agree with Honorable Bowen Kagongo on all respects. Equity. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, there is money for coffee farmers. There is money for tea farmers, because agriculture money or fertilizer money also incorporates tea farmers. There is money for cashew nuts. There is money for new KCC, majorly taking care of the pastoralists and the dairy farmers. So the entire Kenyan map is actually in this supplementary budget. Honorable Speaker, also in terms of security, we have added 6.3 billion Kenya shillings into police modernization, and that money will go a long way into assisting areas that are facing challenges. I also want to agree with my brother Honorable Atandi, who is a very committed member of the Budget Committee, and as you saw, Honorable Speaker, also, he's doing very well in Alega Usoga, because he's among the best performing MPs also in Kenya. And all the issues he spoke about around security, we have already allocated monies so that our country can be secure. Honorable Makilap, I want I think I've already answered most of it in terms of emergency and restocking.
For cases, what is the problem?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. With due respect to my senior brother, Chair for Budget, he has enlisted monies meant for agriculture and listing critical areas, that is coffee, tea, milk. But being the House of Record, Mr. Speaker, it would be very important that the farmers who are doing maize at the moment should also get to know what is the provision for maize, because we are at the harvesting period, and being the House of Record should also be mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I had already mentioned about maize farmers, but because the Honorable Member for Keses shares the same name with the President of Kenya, I will repeat that we have 8.25 billion Kenya shillings monies for fertilizer subsidy. Most of these monies is for maize farmers. Secondly, there is money for post-harvest management. In fact, part of the items that were already passed under Article 223 are monies that went into the purchase of dryers. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, we have put some money for arrears of farmers who never got paid by NCPB in previous years. And Honorable Speaker, and I hope now Honorable RUTO is now satisfied. We have also put money for NCPB to mop up money.
He's cheering what you are saying. He's satisfied. Wind up.
I am winding up, Honorable Chair. We have also put money into NCPB for them to buy excess maize from our farmers so that we can have a granary that is full as a nation. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I wish to reply.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, put the question rather, that the supplemental appropriation number 3 bill, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and the application towards the service for the year ending on 30th June 2024, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes. Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, honorable members, may you be upstanding.
Honorable members, you may be seated. We can begin. Honorable Kangogo, what is your point of order? Even before we begin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the Honorable Substantive Speaker, Honorable Chair, when the Substantive Speaker was upstanding, Honorable Chair and many members of this House were upstanding. The two Honorable members, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Naisula Lesuda and the Honorable Sarah Korere. Honorable Speaker, they were just seated when the Substantive Speaker was on his feet. And Madam Speaker, I want to ask if the two honorable members are in order, that they were seated when all of us together with the Substantive Speaker were on our feet.
Honorable Naisuda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We actually stood, and I think it's about time Honorable Kangogo checked the prescription of his glasses, because maybe, honestly, we stood, Madam Chair. Yeah, he needs to go and get his glasses checked.
Honorable Kemei.
Chair, Honorable Chair, I must confess that Honorable Kangogo was just appreciating the way Honorable member was just stood is looking very beautiful and very smart, and he just wanted to have that attention. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I see that was said in jest. Let us proceed. We are now in the Committee of the Whole House to consider the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023. I now call the House to order.
Clause 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I now propose the question because there are no amendments. I propose the question that clause 3, 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 3, 4, and 5, and 6 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Please hold the paper. I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Mover to move the amendment? Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I wish to move that the first schedule be amended by inserting the following new votes and their corresponding details after vote R2031. I'll just read the votes and members can interact with the content in the circulated amendment sheets. That is R2041, an additional 6 billion, 6 million only, Sorry, Honorable Chair, let me repeat. R2041, 6 million shillings. R2042, 160 million. R2043, 60 million. And R2044, 44 million, Honorable Chair. And that the second schedule be amended in vote R2051 by deleting the expression.
Honorable Chair, just let's stick to Schedule 1 first. Let's finish with the first schedule. Have you finished with the first schedule? The proposed amendments to the first schedule. Then once we've dispensed to that, then you can move to the second schedule. Have you completed the first schedule?
Not yet. There are two types. Yeah. Honorable Chair, I'm actually on it. There are two sheets of amendments for first schedule. That is the reason.
Okay.
There is one pager and there is a two pager.
Okay.
So I was reading the one pager.
Okay.
Proceed. Yes, then I go to the second pager.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
So in continuation, yes, first schedule, yes, I agree. Then on the same, there is another amendment on the first schedule, that the first schedule to the bill be amended, 1, in vote D1017, by deleting figure Kenya shillings 481 million in column 3, that is apply at a program 070400, State House Affairs, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 381 million. But Honorable Chair, because it's allowed in this House, I would say as it appears in the distributed amendment sheets that members can actually interact with, Honorable Chair.
Okay, I'll let you answer, but you can move all of them. The D10, F17, D10, 24, all of them. And then, because they are all similar. Okay, let me get your point of order, Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you know, we are the chair referring to some sheets which have been circulated. We've not seen them. I don't know whether is the only one who asked them or they need to be given to the members.
Sergeant at Arms, I think I'd seen you distributing them. Could you distribute them? Yes, you can proceed. It's coming to you, Honorable Makali.
Thank you, Member. Sorry, I actually thought they are already distributed, but they'll be coming. But just to say, majority of these amendments are actually cleanups, but let me continue to read. That the first schedule to the bill be amended in vote D1017, 2 in vote D1024, 3 in vote D1026, 4 in vote D1066, 5 in vote D1072, 6 in vote D1134, and 7 by effecting the consequential amendments thereof. And just to explain to members, Honorable Chair, what we are trying to do here, there were some amendments under the security docket, which they are rearranging money within their own areas. That is the first part, that is 1, 2, and 3. On the other areas, Honorable Chair, it is the monies meant for Nairobi infrastructure, which were not well captured during the during the report time, Honorable Chair. And then what we are actually doing is clean up so that we can have this money instituted under the Department of Planning, which now holds NGCDF. On the last part, it was just pure cleanup, Honorable Chair.
I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion? So we just put the question. Okay. Let me repeat that. I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the schedule as amended be the schedule of the in respect of the votes D1017, D1024, D1026, D1056, D1066, D1072, D1134, D2041, D2042, D2043, and D2044. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I now propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Mover to move the amendment?
On the
second
same,
schedule.
Yes, on the same honorable chair, it is on the two kinds of papers. So I'll start with the first one, that the second schedule be amended in vote R2051 by deleting the expression 150 million appearing in the third column at the program 0619000 General Administration, Planning and Support Services. Honorable Chair, on the other one, that the second schedule to the bill be amended, A, in vote R1032, B, in vote R1071, C, in vote R1193, D, in vote D1071, by two in vote D1071, there are two amendments there. E, in vote D1091, F, in vote D1135, and G, by effecting the consequential amendments thereof. Honorable Chair, if you check on the other one on Schedule 1, there is a corresponding element on this other schedule, because basically, when you see on this side, the Department for Planning, it is thus speaking to the other one for the Department of MOE, where we were getting the monies for Nairobi, and the others, Honorable Chair, are just general cleanups. And cleanup here meaning, Honorable Chair, when we do any kind of an engagement, like we had last week, because human is to, we cannot be perfect 100%. There is usually this kind of a situation where maybe a vote was placed in the wrong place, and then we clean it up at this stage, Honorable Chair.
Any member wants to? Yes? Okay, let me propose and I'll give you a chance. Yeah. I propose the question that the schedule be amended as proposed.
Let me just
You proceed, Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to thank the chair that I have now this document. And I just want to go on record that, Madam Chair, despite the fact that we are moving figures, I think some of these figures seem to be too huge to be just allowed to be amended at this level. For example, if you look at the C, Madam Chair, we are deleting a figure of 4 billion and substituting with a figure of 29 billion. Just a figure of 4 billion, and you're substituting by a figure of 29 billion. Madam Chair, I think with what happened with the control of budget, Madam Chair, and this is a matter I wanted to raise when we were debating the act, because I thought it was important. I didn't get a chance. Madam Chair, you know, as a house, we have to be very careful. I'm a budget expert. And I'm telling you, Madam Chair, the reason why we are being taken for granted and being found to be not prepared for oversight is because of the thing called program budgeting. I'm sure we have doctors there, but this house is not being given the chance to go to the itemized budget because of that shift, and things are getting us not prepared.
You saw the other day the control budget saying, Madam Chair, that we have budgeted our own salary 3 times. And as a house, we approved. I think, Madam Chair, even though we want to support, I'm a member of the budget committee, but I think time has come when we must, some of these figures, to me, they look too huge just to be led to go at this level. Because I thought personally, they should have come to the committee for debate and possibly a bit of detailed debate, Madam Chair. Otherwise, we will still be caught again and ours as a house, where these issues will go out to the public there, and members of public will start asking us, what are we doing as a budget-making house? Because I think, for me, I have no problem, but I think this figure is too huge for that change, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Tinderet, Honorable Meli, then I'll come to you, Honorable CPA RUTO.
Chair, thank you. I want to commend the Budget and Appropriation Committee Chair for actually trying to do a proper cleanup. And I want to bring the attention of the members, and I think the members are quite keen on this particular budget-making process on the Committee of Supply, especially on the issue of taking money to the NGCDF, especially on Nairobi County, the schools, the various matching funds to schools. But I also want to urge the chair that let this money be released on time. As we proceed for recess, that the money be released on time so that members can now go to the ground and actually patronize, especially the construction of schools, so that we are ready for the new year and the students in grade 8 and so forth. But as Honorable Member has put it, the cleanup is normal. I think it is also good, so that every other document that goes to the public is quite balanced and the figures are adding up. I thank you.
Hello, Member for Butere, Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If you're interested in contributing. Oh, sorry, it was Honorable, let CPA go first. Honorable Tindi, you'll come after him. I forgot that I'd told him he'll have an opportunity. You're after him. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. I would also want to comment on the good work done by Chair, Budget and Appropriation, but also to note on these matters of cleanup exercise being left out after budget to be corrected. I think, Madam Chair, there is something need to be done, especially Treasury, who are the main guiders on the budget-making process. And being aware most of the systems we are using are automated, we either have ensure that we have officers who are well trained to manage the aspect of budget. Because this cleanup, Madam Speaker, might facilitate other hidden agenda where people end up using budget, misusing the budget, and then awaiting the moment of supplementary budget to come and do the cleanup. This one is something that we have to ensure we have proper guidance and be strict measures on the officers who are doing this, because budget it's a process. It's a process from the start up to conclusion. By the time the main budget was concluded, all the programs were distinct, codes are there, they're existing, only for that to be undertaken later and cleanup process. Madam Speaker, you will believe with me, some sinister could also come with it. So I think we have to be very stern on this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mwale, you may proceed.
Asante, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pia mimi nasimama kupongeza mwenyekiti kwa kuleta hiyo marekebisho, na vile ameshaeleza na alikuwa ameeleza mara ya kwanza akianzisha hii mjadala, amesisitiza na ametueleza umuhimu wa kufanya haya marekebisho. Lakini ile nataka niunge yeye mkono na nimuulize na niunge mwenzangu wa Tinderet ni ya kwamba hakikishe hii pesa imekuja kwa haraka mno, ili wabunge na Wakenya na serikali kwa ujumla ianze kuzingatia vile Wakenya wataishi maisha mema, kwa sababu Madam Speaker, vile unajua serikali ya Mheshimiwa William RUTO iliomba kura ikiongea maneno ya mama mboga na vijana wa bodaboda. Hii bajeti mwenyekiti ambaye ni tuna jina moja na yeye Honorable Ndindi hajafafanua vizuri ni mbinu gani serikali inaenda kuimarisha maisha ya mama mboga na bodaboda. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu mwenyekiti, bajeti ambayo itakuja huko mbele, ningeomba wewe uzingatie mama mboga na bodaboda ili serikali ifanye kazi vile ilieleza wananchi. Asanteni sana.
The Honorable Member for Nyeri County, Honorable Rehab Mokami. Please give her the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I rise to support the share budget. I'm a member of Budget Committee, and I really appreciate the good work the committee has done, my colleagues. And Honorable Chair, considering the work we had, I really feel honored that we have only a few things to do cleanup, considering the work we had. So I support the chair, and I support the cleanup which was done in Kasha and Heritage, because we really need to build our Kasha. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The Honorable Member for Garissa Township, Honorable Deko Balo.
Madam Speaker, I was not to contribute on this particular issue. Thank you.
Yes, you had pressed the intervention button. The Honorable Member for Mombasa County, Honorable Zamzam Chimba.
Mheshimiwa Spika, licha ya kuwa nampigia upatu katika bajeti yake kufuatana na mambo ya ukulima na mambo mengine, lakini nimeangalia nikapata katika ukanda wa Pwani mmea wetu ambao ni korosho na nazi, na kisha ile dongo kundu ambayo ilikuwa makadirio yake ilikuwa watupe 20% katika dongo kundu, haijaandikwa pale, tulipewa only 1%. Na kisha katika korosho na nazi ambao ndio mmea ambao unahitajika sehemu nyingi, na miwa, hata miwa nimeona juzi Amerika wanatamani sana kuweza kuchukua miwa kutoka Pwani na kule Western, hajaweka. Kwa hiyo namuomba chairman wa budget ambao umesoma Kenyatta University, kwa hisani yako, Pwani mlikuja mkaomba kura, tunawapenda sana, najua mtakuja tena, lakini tuwekeeni na sisi pia ukulima wetu katika bajeti yako. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Chair.
Member for Dagoretti, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. I think you're the last one.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to rise to support our chairman for the work he has done for this country, but to also just put a caution, Madam Chair, as my leader just questioned that 4 billion to 29. I think as a house, yes, we will approve, but it is very important for us to follow up to get to know what type of oil. Are we now going to do exploration of gas again? Is that why we are giving in this money? Something just to let the house to be comfortable that indeed we moved 4 billion and we gave in 29 billion. That will be very critical, Madam Chair.
Okay, honorable members, I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Oh, you need to reply, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I wish to reply to those issues because they are very important. One from Honorable Makali Mulu, and it's the same issue with Honorable Beatrice Elachi. The issue of the movement of 4 billion to 29 is in respect to monies we anticipate to have a surplus from Railway Development Levy. These monies had been, we can call it advanced from the Fuel Stabilization Fund. So this money is going back to its rightful place, because when you fuel your vehicle, the monies that goes into that kitty had been borrowed previously. And all that we are doing is to have this money go back to where it should be. And therefore it is around Railway Development Levy and fuel levy also. Secondly, on Honorable Meli, and exactly the same issue has been raised by the Honorable T.D. Mwale. The issue of exchequer. I agree with all the members here that actually the new budgeting in Kenya is not the one we are doing today. The new budgeting is something called exchequer. Because we could come here and pass everything, But then the release of the real money is dependent on the availability of that money. So the issue of liquidity has been a huge handicap in the budget implementation process. And what we are doing is to push on KRA to have revenue-raising measures, not just punitive ones, but the ones that increases money. That is the revenue, maximizing tax rate and area. And they are already doing that. We have seen a lot of improvement in terms of the taxes for the last month, and we hope Kenya will be able to be liquid enough to implement the budget in time. So I agree on that issue. On the issue again on TD Mwale, Honorable TD Mwale, where is about the hustler. And I agree and commend my brother TD Mwale because he is now speaking the good language of hustlers. When we talk about agriculture, this money is going to the hustlers of Butere and all the entire Kenya in terms of giving them subsidized fertilizer. When you talk about capacitating JSS, it is monies for the children of the hustlers. When you talk about monies for higher education, it is majorly going into the children of hustlers, 45,000 of whom will actually be getting full scholarship from the government of Kenya. They will not be paying any school fees. Secondly, the issue by Honorable RUTO on cleanup. Cleanup does not necessarily come from the National Treasury. Cleanup, what I'm calling cleanup, is not, it's not a mistake. Cleanup means an MDA, a ministry or a department or an agency or a saga, being given monies by the government, may realize that probably the monies for recurrent can be substituted with the money for development. So what am I trying to say? Within the same MDA, they may realize after the budget cuts or increment, they may need to rearrange the resources within their vote. So cleanup does not mean there is a mistake that has been made. There has never been a mistake made for the entire budget cycles that we have had. For example, this was a request on the MDA immigration. They are moving money within themselves. On the lastly, on Abu Zamzam, if actually you check the main budget, you realize that cost, the entire cost, all the 6 counties, they have actually been taken care of massively in the budget. However, what we read here being the supplementary are only the variations. So actually when you don't see your county here, you should celebrate, because it means monies were not deducted from the programs within your county. So this book, the reason why it is very small, it only shows variations from the main budget. However, the main budget is still in force, and this is only coming to amend a few things. So cost, when you look about infrastructure, about cashew nuts, about everything else around cost, even Coast Development Authority, Coast Water, all those agencies, Dogo Kudu, you look at Bura Irrigation Scheme, all those on Abu Zamzam, we have taken very good care of the people of Coast, because we value what they do, and also being the corridor that actually brings a lot of commodities in our country. And lastly, Honorable Elachi, I think I've answered the issue of the 4 to 29 billion. It was majorly around RDL and also stabilization. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, honorable members, I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And now, honorable members, I now put the question that the schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill in respect of the following votes. Vote R 1032, vote R 2071, vote 1193, R 1193, vote D 1071, vote D 1091, vote D 1135, and vote R 2051. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I now propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover, you can move your amendment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And actually, this is the last amendment there is. I wish to move that the bill be amended, that is clause 2, that the bill be amended by deleting clause 2 and substituting therefore the following new clause 2. The Treasury may issue out of the sum of 115,874,418,343 shillings out of the consolidated fund and apply it towards the supply granted for the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2024. And therefore, Honorable Chair, this is just now consolidating all the other amendments. This is now the new figure, basically.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Honorable member, I think there is no response. So, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Okay, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Okay. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the title be part of the bill. Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I now propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Chairperson, budget, we can now move the report.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Take your seats, honorable members. Take your seats, honorable members. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Supplementary Appropriations Bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Honorable members, I propose the question. No. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Chairman for Agriculture, Honorable Dr. Mutonga Kanyuithia, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion in view of the fact that, Honorable Speaker, we have realized finally that Kenya is moving in the right direction. We are focusing on agriculture, which is our mainstay and where the greater population is anchored. Honorable Speaker, the more we put money in agriculture, the more we support the common man and the greater percentage of Kenyans in this country. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I therefore propose the question. Which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I therefore put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover. Mover to move third reading. Mover to move third reading.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, number 3, National Assembly Bill, number 71 of 2023, be read at that time. And before I request the seconder, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all members who have taken part in the debate in regards to this appropriations bill, and also again thank the Budget and Appropriations Committee and our technical team led by the Parliamentary Budget Office, Honorable Chair, most of whom are actually seated here. Thank you very much, Jury, Dr. Abel, Dan, and also Dr. Maside, and also our clerk, Mr. Joroge, and the Speaker of this National Assembly for making it sure that we have the right facilities to be able to discharge our duties. I also want to thank very much the chairs of all departmental committees. Honorable Chair, one thing we do as the Budget Committee, and the chairs can attest, whatever they discuss in the departmental committee, we actually pass it almost entirely, because we ride on the wisdom of all the members of this House. And therefore, as Budget Committee, we cannot be the ones who know most around issues of defense more than Honorable Major Bashir, for example. We cannot be the people who know more about agriculture than Dr. Mutonga, who is actually a professional and a PhD within that domain, and all the other members. We cannot know, Honorable Speaker, for example, issues around education more than the committee led by the Honorable Member for Tideret, Honorable Meli. And therefore, I want to thank all the departmental chairs. You have been very, very helpful to us as the Budget Committee, and I wish to request that the same collaboration that we have, that continues, so that we can continue to discharge our roles in a manner that is collaborative. And Honorable Chair, I wish now to request the member, I also want to thank all the members of this House in entirety, because we always benefit from their wisdom, as I said before. And Honorable Chair, I now wish to request the member for Ronyejes, actually my schoolmate the same year and time in university. He was the treasurer of our student union and the current chair for Labour, one of the best youthful leaders in this country, Honorable Eric Musagi Karemba to second.
Before Honorable Eric, the chair, you must be very careful when you use the article there. You can only use that on one university. Honorable Eric.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I wish to thank and commend the work done by the committee, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, led by the chairman and the alumnus of Kenyatta University, the Honorable Dede Nyoro. And I wish to attest to the fact that, Honorable Speaker, that the committee gave us some very good time as the chairs of committees, where we went to discuss the budget, and I wish to thank them for a job well done. This supplementary appropriations bill will ensure that we get money available to execute on the various projects, and we see that they have tried and done a good job to ensure that they have covered all the interest across the country. So that was a very well done job, and I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the supplementary appropriation bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023, be now read a third time. We'll allow a few people. Honorable Meli.
Chair, I rise to support this report by the Budget and Appropriation Committee. More specifically, the committee has respected the decisions of the various departments. Previously, I remember, Chair, that the Budget and Appropriation Committee has actually arrogated itself the position of knowing each and every department and allocating resources in a very bad manner. And I remember in the last parliament, we did a budget, we did a supplementary budget in education and allocated resources knowing very well that as committee members, we know what the sector wanted. But when it reached the Budget and Appropriation Committee of the last parliament, it was all disregarded, and the Committee of Budget then decided to turn itself into a budget of every departmental committee in the House. And actually, it was good that this House had disbanded them. And I want to allow the chair and the current committee members that you've done a good job. And we as chairs and members of other committees, we shall support you, and we shall try to make sure that this process goes through. I thank you and I support.
Honorable members, good to note that we've exhausted the debate, so take a maximum of 2 minutes, just short comments. Honorable Junet.
Chair, this is a third reading. Chair, I want also to commend the chairman of the Budget Committee. But having said that, Chair, you know, it's good to put the record straight now that we have passed the appropriation bill. Madam Speaker, we have just appropriated 24 billion shillings in the name of stabilization of oil. Madam Speaker, stabilization fund is supposed to come from the Petroleum Development Levy. It's not supposed to come from the taxes, the consolidated fund. It's not an exchequer vote. So let's call a spade a spade. What we are doing is subsidy. We are subsidizing petroleum products with 24 billion shillings. Otherwise, we should not have appropriated it in the appropriation bill. We should have taken it from the Petroleum Development Levy. So if the levy is over, we have exhausted the levy. Let us tell Kenyans that Parliament has passed a subsidy of 24 billion shillings to subsidize diesel, to subsidize petrol, to subsidize kerosene, to subsidize all manner of petroleum products. It is very good. Let us not run away. All countries in the world subsidize for their citizens. Let us not shy away. If Uhuru did it, He was doing it for the benefit of the people of Kenya. He was not doing it for his wife, for his mother, or for his children. So let us agree today as a country, and let us see that the new government has seen the light of the day. The new government has seen that subsidy is the right way.
Chair, I think it's not in order for Honorable Junet to misinform the House about a subsidy, that there is no line, and the Chair of Budget is here. Why is he insinuating that there is subsidy when it's not there? Can you read the statement where the subsidy is instead of misinforming the House?
Madam Speaker, the line reads stabilization, but I said very well, stabilization fund is supposed to come from the Petroleum Development Fund. It's not supposed to come from the money we are appropriating here. We have appropriated 24 billion shillings in the wrong line. We have stabilized, we have subsidized fuel with 24 billion shillings. It's good. Don't shy. Don't run away from it. It is going to help the people. It's going to make the cost of living come down. Just see the light, and the glory is back, and Uhuru Kenyatta is back in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Honorable Bashir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I first want to commend the Chair and the members of Budget Committee. I'm aware and fully aware that the Chair and his team really respect the views and concerns of the budget committees. And this budget is supposed to help the Kenyans. I know this is about one. Number two is it will be coming shortly. But most importantly is that I want to ask the Chair and his team going forward to ensure that they respect the chairs and members of the other committees that bring the concerns of their departmental and MDS. And I want to commend the Chair. That is very good. On the aspect of the monies that have been appropriated, you know, and I'm sure there will be a debate on the issue of El Nino that is coming up. What is the amount? I don't see a line specific that talks about the response to El Nino. Chair Budget, the rains are causing havoc. I don't see any specific line or statement that talks about the response of the Kenya government on this matter of El Nino and the flooding. And this is a matter of life and death for most of Kenyans. So I really want you to address this.
Members,
thank you.
Honorable members, remember we have an adjournment motion. Also remember we have discussed these issues in second reading. This is third reading. Honorable Naisula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to thank the Chair of Budget Committee, a very youthful, dedicated young man, Honorable Ndidi, for how he led the committee, which I also sit in during when we were looking at the supplementary budget. I want to say that once we pass this supplementary budget this afternoon, it is important that Treasury then releases the funds to go and do the work that it is supposed to do, and on time. We're going on recess. We want money for NGCDF. We want money for NGAF, so that we can go and work during this holiday. Madam Speaker, that is all I wanted to say, that they release the money on time so that we can pay school fees, we can serve our constituents during the long recess, Madam Speaker. Thank you, and I support.
Other members, I have confirmed that the House is properly constituted for purposes of making this decision. I therefore put the question, which is that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3, National Assembly Bill number 71 of 2023 be now read a third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and the application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2024, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes.
Next order.
Order number 12, motion 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. Give the mic to Honorable Wanyama. I wish.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on its consideration of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 12 October 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the 1970 UNESCO Convention in the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. By the way of introduction, Honorable Speaker, the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property arises from the need to safeguard the state parties from the continued loss and illegal transfer of their cultural artifacts. The Convention, therefore, emphasizes the prevention and international cooperation in cultural property ownership, promoting awareness, and protecting cross-border traffic. Honorable Speaker, the Convention establishes a framework of international cooperation and mutual assistance and obligates state parties to identify, protect, and restitute cultural property stolen or exported illegally. This convention further creates awareness on the need to protect cultural objects against cross-border trafficking. Indeed, the repatriation of illegally acquired cultural property will address historical injustices and restore the dignity of the country after having suffered under colonial rule. At present, 144 states have acceded to and are a party to the convention. Therefore, Kenya would be 145th state. Honorable Speaker, the connection recommends the enforcement of the protection of cultural property in three main pillars, namely preventive measures by providing that states signatory to the convention shall enforce the security and safety of cultural property, such as taking inventory, exportation, certifications, monitoring of trade, and the imposition of penal sanctions. 2, restitution provisions, whereby the state parties are obligated to assist each other in the retrieval of stolen cultural property. And lastly, international cooperation, by which the convention seeks to strengthen international ties between signatories and provide assistance and cooperation with one another. Honorable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture facilitated the considerations of ratification of the convention by Parliament. In its consideration, the committee conducted public participation, where it received submissions from various stakeholders, all of who were in support of Kenya's accessions to the convention. Honorable Speaker, the committee extensively engaged various key stakeholders in the considerations of the convention. The committee received submissions from the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, the Ministry of Defense, and the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. The committee also received submissions from the registrar of treaties as well as Council of Governors. The committee also held public hearings in the considerations of the convention and received submissions from the Law Society of Kenya and the Creative Economy Working Group. Honorable Speaker, in its memorandum to the convention, the then Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage noted that although the objectives of the conventions are aligned with the Constitution, there is need to domesticate the convention by amending the National Museum and Heritage Act, the Environmental Management and the Coordination Act, as well as the Copyright Act, so as to give effect to the provisions of the convention. Honorable Speaker, the clarion call by the stakeholders was that the accession to the convention was paramount as it will lead to the protection of Kenya's natural and cultural heritage, including archaeological sites, wildlife, landscapes, and folklore, which are currently facing vulnerability due to anti-global market openings. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that Article 11 of our Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of the nation and obligates the state to promote all forms of cultural expressions through our cultural heritage. The accession to the convention will therefore promote the safeguard of our cultural heritage. Honorable Speaker, there is no immediate direct financial implications imposed by the convention on the government of Kenya. This is because the financial obligations will only arise on a need basis and in the event that a state party requests for the repatriation of a cultural object from another state party. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that some of our current legislations already gives effect to the provisions of the convention. An example of this is the obligation under convention that each state party undertakes to develop an export certificate which shall authorize and accompany the export of any cultural property. The committee notes that Section 52 of the National Museum and Heritage Act, number 6 of 2006, provides that no monument shall be removed from Kenya unless such a removal is authorized by an export permit issued by the Cabinet Secretary. Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that there is an urgent need to review the laws relating to the protection of our cultural heritage to align the laws to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 as well as to domesticate the provisions of convention. To this end, the committee is alive to the fact that the Cabinet recently considered and approved the Culture Bill 2023, which seeks to advance our unique culture as a spur for our well-being and development. The committee, therefore, looks forward to facilitating the consideration and subsequent passing of the law by National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, permit me to conclude by saying that, indeed, the time is ripe for Kenya's accession to the convention. This will lead to the advancement of international cooperation and collaboration between the member states, as well as information sharing and technical support from UNESCO in regards to cultural preservation. Further, the accession to the convention will lead to the promotion of the respect for cultural heritage within our territories. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the Honorable Member of Nambale to second. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Nambale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second this motion And Honorable Speaker, we are aware that culture helps us connect with the past, learn from the history, while also creating a sense of place and community. And perhaps this is the reason why in Article 11, the drafters found it necessary to refer to it as the foundation of a nation. And Madam Speaker, we have had complaints all over about our cultural artifacts being taken away from our country. We have had complaints about the Kiondo, we have had complaints about the Kikoi being registered in other countries, yet those particular arts were developed in our country. But we have no arena through which on international forum we can go and claim this particular artifact. And Madam Speaker, this particular UNESCO convention is clearly in tandem with the Article 2, Sub-Article 6 of our Constitution, which provides that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya shall form part of our laws. And Madam Speaker, the 1970 UNESCO Convention urges state nations to come up with measures to prohibit and prevent the illicit trafficking of cultural properties. Unless we ratify this convention, there is no way we'll move on to claim our lost cultural artifacts. So I'm very happy that the committee, under the leadership of the Honorable Dani Wanyama, found it necessary to come up with a very good report which I've gone through, that is going to help safeguard our cultural artifacts in this country. So I therefore move to second this particular report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I therefore propose that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture on its consideration of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 12th October 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. Honorable Member for Samburu East, Honorable Jackson Lekumontare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That is a very easy name, Lekumontare. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this idea. It is a very important idea, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the things from Kenya are being taken away, the ideas of Kenyans will be taken away, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if this one will be adopted, it will help the country so that there is no those cultural artifacts which will be taken away without even awareness of the owner or the country. So this is a very important idea, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, there are so many things which has been taken away. If you look at the history of Kenya, so many things have been taken away. And this treaty and agreement, Madam Speaker, will help to cure that problem, so that the things which has been even taken away, even if it is so many years ago, Madam Speaker, the country should have a right to claim back some of those things. And Madam Speaker, there are so many which we really need, because that is our heritage, Madam Speaker. So it is a very good idea, Madam Speaker, that I support we have to work hard and prevent this illicit transport, taking things away from the country, and that is very important, Madam Speaker. I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kilgoris, Honorable Julius Olesunkuli.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to speak after my friend from Samburu. Actually, his name means he has a lot of goats. So that's why he says it's a very easy name. Madam Speaker, I wish to support the motion, which is the ratification of the UNESCO 1970 convention. Madam Speaker, the subject matter of this are the artifacts belonging to each country in the world, and in our context belonging to Kenya. After the British Empire collapsed, or should I say, during the days of the British Empire, a lot of things that are valuable to countries were taken to Britain and to other capitals of the world that were colonizing Africa. And I think the country that suffered most was Egypt, because there was some Egyptomania where everybody was taking something from Egypt and putting them in their museums, so that that gave them some bragging spaces. Then they went and they were sold to wealthy collectors from those countries, and they kept them in their museums, and they made money from them because they held very valuable items. Madam Speaker, this has continued. Whether you are talking about the kingdoms of Benin and their bronze, or you are talking about the things from Eswatini, or you are talking about the archaeological artifacts of Kenya. And therefore, the UNESCO decided that it is better to have a convention which will protect these artifacts from being stolen. You know, Madam Speaker, that a lot of artifacts have actually even been returned to Kenya by mutual negotiation. But now the UNESCO Convention requires each country to participate in the protection of these artifacts. And Madam Speaker, some of the measures that are required by this UNESCO Convention, first of all, is that each country should have an inventory of its artifacts. And this inventory should therefore form an international inventory, so that people do not claim that what was stolen from them, what was not stolen from them was actually stolen. But once we have each country having an inventory, it is going to be very, very protective. In our country, we have a number of museums, not as many as we would have wished to have. But you have the Morumbi Heritage, which is right here in Nyayo House. You have the museum, the National Museum in Nairobi and in Kisumu. And of course, you have Fort Jesus. But, Madam Speaker, we need to have an inventory of the country to know what we actually own, so that we can be able to protect those artifacts. We must also be able to establish export certificates. That is what this convention requires, that we should have, each country should have a way of controlling the exports of its artifacts from this country. And, Madam Speaker, we must also be able to establish border controls, so that people do not go out of the country with what is valuable to us. Once we sign this treaty, once we ratify the UNESCO Convention, we are committing ourselves that we are going to do those things, and that we are also going to put in our penal code, or at least in our criminal system, offenses for punishing people who will be guilty of taking away our artifacts. We're also going to do one thing which is more difficult, I think, for us. That is public education, to tell people what is actually valuable and what is not. Kenyans are not very good at going to museums. I think the only people who go to the Kenya National Museum are the children from school, who come to see two museums. One, the National Museum, and another one is Parliament, which should not be actually a museum. But they consider that to be something that they should be kept. Madam Speaker, the last thing that I want to say is, apart from what UNESCO is saying, our universities should be on the forefront in protecting our artifacts. We as the Maasai community, for instance, should have in the name, that the university that is in our name, Masai Mara University, should actually be in the forefront of protecting our culture. Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Member for Marakwet West, Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
I can't. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute on this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, at the onset, I wish to thank the Member of Parliament from Webuye West, Honorable Dan Wanyama, for this very substantive subject that he has brought before this House for debate. Honorable Speaker, this is a very, very important convention that we have no choice as a House and as a country to ratify. Honorable Speaker, under Article 11 of the Constitution, culture has been given a constitutional anchorage. Culture has been anchored in the Constitution. And Madam Speaker, it provides in very clear terms that culture is the foundation of our nation and is the cumulative civilization of our country. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we have no choice because it is already provided for by the Constitution, and we must be able to protect the same. Honorable Speaker, in Kenya, we are losing our culture at a very alarming rate. You find, Honorable Speaker, that even we have lost our indigenous languages. Our children today cannot be able to speak the indigenous languages of most members here because of where they come from. Honorable Speaker, it is something that we must work on as a country. Honorable Speaker, I have read this convention. And basically, it talks about repatriation of artifacts that were stolen, that were illegally taken away from this country. Honorable Speaker, during colonization, after the Berlin Conference, and there was colonization in this country, our culture was desecrated. Some of our artifacts from various communities in this country were taken to Europe and other countries in this world. And it is time that as a House, we accede to this convention. We ratify the same. Honorable Speaker, as we speak, 144 countries have already ratified and acceded to this particular convention. As a country, as a Commonwealth country, as a country that believes in international law, it is our time that we ratify and give effect to Article 26 of the Constitution of this country, which provides very clearly that any treaty that has been ratified or any international law that is ratified becomes part of the law of Kenya. So that artifacts that were taken away during the colonial regime is returned back to this country, and we have our sanctity as a country and our integrity as a country returned back to where it was before colonialism. Honorable Speaker, we must also be aware that even as we ratify this, we still have our indigenous laws. We have the National Museums and Culture Act, which is provided for. Then it means that once we pass this convention, we must again align our laws in this country. We must align our law in this country to align with the international law that we are going to adopt. So, Honorable Speaker, we have no choice as a House. We have to ratify this convention. We accede to it so that we become part of our community of nations, the 144 countries that are ratified, so that we can be able to restore back our culture to its default settings. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Githunguri, Honorable Gathoni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, I'm excited to contribute to this motion that touches on the ratification and empowering our people in making sure that we prohibit and prevent the illicit import and export of and transfer of ownership of cultural property. Madam Speaker, you know, I'm so excited to hear that this kind of a debate can get room in this parliament, noting that there are so many people in this country who have worked so hard to create what we define as artifacts. and fossils in this country, but they lose out on the revenues therein in terms of ownership, usage, and exploitation therein because of issues of who owns what and who copyrighted what. Madam Speaker, I was just trying to read around as I listened to my other members contribute to this motion, and I was just trying to get the clear definition of what an artifact is so that we can be able to limit ourselves into what we are debating with, but unfortunately my eyesight is failing me. With your permission, Madam Speaker, you allow me to quote a definition that a cultural artifact are tangible objects, tools, or items that hold significance with a particular culture or society, representing its values, beliefs, and historical experiences. They range from ancient relics, artworks, manuscripts of modern day items such as photographs, clothing, technological devices, and others. Madam Speaker, allow me to concentrate myself to what I have read on photographs. You know, whenever we talk about artifacts, most of the time we think about those very traditional signs and symbols and items that depict certain imagery. For example, Madam Speaker, if you look at the walls of this parliament, including where you are seated, Madam Speaker, there are images that are engraved on the wall of where you are seated. If you look around even on the exit of this parliament chamber, you will see some image. According to the definition that I have read, all these images that we have here and many others that are within our backgrounds are part of what we are supposed to be debating. But unfortunately, if you go to a shop in London and you want to procure an image photo like what is depicting of a traditional house just across the wall there, you will not be allowed to buy that because of certain rights that people hold because the photo rests in their country. But the photo and the image is actually a definition of a certain community somewhere in Kenya or somewhere in Ethiopia. Madam Speaker, if only we could be able to concentrate on what we are debating today and make it a law or make it a policy. We are struggling right now with so many young people in this country who are super talented, who can be able to revive the spirit of artifacts and the spirit of culture and even earn a lot of revenue out of what our young people can do. Madam Speaker, every time I am in the village, I get young boys telling me I am an artist. I can draw this. I can craft this. The other day, a small boy presented to me an image of an elephant. I mean, he's made an image of an elephant that is talking, you know, that is animated to talk and talk like Wamushomba, the MP. How I wish that we can be able to, you know, empower ourselves using such opportunities like what we are debating today, so that we can be able to allow our young people to invest in what they have, preserve what we have, socialize them into what we have believed in socialization in our culture, so that we can create a lot of opportunities for them. So I rise to support this motion. This is the right time for us to start thinking of what is ours and what we should harvest as ours and exploit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the adoption of the report by the committee. Honourable Speaker, it has taken us more than 50 years to consider adopting this report and to consider adopting the United Nations Convention report on culture. Culture, Honourable Speaker, cuts across every community. In other words, every community has got its own culture. And culture used to communicate in a variety of ways. And through that communication, people grew, people were more nurtured than they are today, people were more organized than they are today, and people were more obedient to the norms than they are today. Having been introduced to a mixture of what we call the global world, which has a multiplicity of issues that you have to deal with, that you have to interact with, and you have to sort out in order to find your space. What we call a global world is total confusion. Honourable Speaker, adoption of this report is important so that Kenya can join the global world in stamping our authority and taking our place in the adoption of culture and heritage as a country. Honourable Speaker, today, if you travel anywhere in the world and you say you are from Kenya, they ask you whether you are a Maasai. And the reason is the Maasai culture, in terms of dressing and in terms of their way of life, has been expounded and it has been known across the globe. As I said at the beginning, every community has got its own culture. The question you should be posing today is, what are we doing as a people? What are we doing as a development agency within our own means to promote and revive the culture? Honourable Speaker, when we lost the culture, we lost everything. Today, the world is confused. Young people have indulged in almost anything. In the cultural setup, there were duties, there were stages, there were formations that defined. The mode of dressing defined occasions. We did not need to communicate a lot. What was necessary is to know what is happening today because of the mode of dressing, because of the way people will appear in public. We have lost all that. What we have today as a global world, a multicultural or intercultural community, is a community that has lost most of what human being probably was supposed to gain. It's a community of young people who are indulging in issues that they could wait and still do at the right time, and therefore losing out their lives. It's a community where we have even lost the basic meaning of life. Honourable Speaker, today we talk of LGBTQ, and I pause to wonder, where did it come from? Which culture is that? There is no culture like that. It is lack of adherence to cultural norms and heritage issues that has led us to such confusion. So it is important for us to enjoy the global world in order to protect our culture, in order to protect the development of what we used to be. I wonder what we do as a people. Unless we want to give an example of my own constituency. In our strategic plan, we have a strategic aim which basically does on culture and heritage. And we have set aside a day for each ward to have cultural and heritage competition, where people bring the artifacts. They also bring all what they used to use to utilize in the past, the traditional regalia. They wear different, they present songs and dances, and they do competition. That competition finally ends up at the constituency level, where we have the best performing in terms of the cultural presentations that they do. The artifacts are also defined. What we intend to do, Honourable Speaker, is to set up a museum that will have our cultural heritage, and that people will be coming to see the kind of things that used to happen based on the definitions and the descriptions that have been made. In other words, we are saying that it can also help us create employment for a country that needs so much of jobs as Kenya. It can help us open the horizons of job creation. It can also help us in many other ways. So as we talk about this issue today, let us think about documentation. How much of documentation do we have? The old generation is dying with the knowledge and with the institutional memory. We do not have documentation. Let us think about it before everyone goes away. We document, then we try to practice as we interpret in our own way. Honourable Speaker, I support the adoption of the report.
Thank you. Dr. Christine Ombaka, member for Siaya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to say that culture is a powerful identity that each person has. We have to protect our culture. And since we lost our culture during colonial time and during slave trade, we lost so much. We not only lost the human beings, the people of Africa and Kenya, but we also lost the artifacts that we are talking about here. That is our identity. We need to bring them back, and we must be proud of them. We do not need to think about them as old-fashioned, and that these are things of traditional life, and that they are, past our history. But I think we need to remember that a people must survive by knowing what their past is. So our artifacts that were there in times memorial were taken away, and that's how things fell apart in Africa. We have lost so much in terms of our culture and identity. So if we import back our artifacts, our clothes, the photographs, even music, we will be back again to being Africans. Our young people today don't even know their homes. They don't know their culture. They don't know their language. They don't speak it because they're not even proud of it. It is time that we are proud of our past, that we are proud of our culture, because that is what makes us Africans. That's what makes us human beings. Other African cultures, in South Africa, if you go, they have tried their best to maintain their culture. You see a lot of artifacts. We admire their photographs. We see their past and the sufferings that they went through during apartheid. We don't have anything to call ourselves. We have nothing to show. And so I want to support this by saying that it is a very good convention. It's a good bill in the sense that it is helping us restore what we lost in the past. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Member for Tharaka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the proposed ratification and begin by pointing out that, in fact, this is a 1970 convention. And what makes us go back to the year 1970 is the fact that our Constitution demands that unless we ratify these conventions, they do not become part and parcel of our laws. So it is vitally important that we look at all what we ratified since independence up to today, and all of them are brought to this House so that they are ratified and given the status of law. It's only Parliament that can make laws, and therefore we have to be alive to the fact that some of these conventions also have to be domesticated so that they can apply as laws. Vitally important that we are trying to protect cultural property, artifacts, as they are well known. We do not know what has happened since 1970, but as soon as we ratify this particular convention, it becomes a criminal offense if you try to transfer in a manner that is illicit or import or export what belongs to a cultural group as cultural property. Questions abound as to what cultural property is, and we know that as Africans we may not have kept our artifacts so well, and most of those artifacts have been stolen and are now in museums in Europe, in Asia, and in the Americas. I think we need to go further than this and get a law that is going to allow us to claim back part of the stolen property. Nobody has a right to keep property that you stole, because no rights are conferred by stealing. And I say stealing because the whites who came over took away our artifacts and other cultural valuables because they were so good and took them to their museums. What they are holding is stolen property, and we need to claim back that property. Other issues arise as regards injustices done to us. The colonialists would actually kill an African king or chief, cut off the head, ship it to some European country, and put it in a museum. It became an artifact. What happens to such actions and to such property? Isn't that cultural property? Because even to date, we do not know where the bodies of our late chiefs, like Koitalel Arap Samoei, like Waiyaki Wahinga, Chief Lenana, we do not know. Maybe their heads are lying somewhere in certain museums in England. Whose property is that? Maybe we go by the case of the South African government through the late Nelson Mandela. if this House would recall what happened quite early during the colonization of South Africa. The British found the San and the Khoikhoi, the Bushmen and the Hottentots, as they used to call them, derogatory. These were the San and the Khoikhoi, and they used to have a lady by the name Sarah Batman. She was adored in various aspects. So they took her away as a human animation out in Europe. Eventually, she died, and they preserved her body or parts of her body to be exhibited in certain museums. Nelson Mandela was able to persuade the British to return those parts and the body of that lady to South Africa, and she was given a decent burial. Was that an artifact? Was that property? What was it? To me, in fact, these are the claims we should be making, and especially for the Republic of Kenya, on the government of the Great Britain, the UK, so that whatever they stole from this country should be returned to us with appropriate compensation. I propose the ratification of this particular convention. Thank you.
Member for Tetu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance to also lend my voice in support of the ratification of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer and ownership of cultural property. Madam Speaker, like my colleague has said, we are actually about 13 years late, because after passing our constitution in 2010, this is something that we should have done, almost immediately. But it is never too late to do the right thing. Madam Speaker, from the onset, let me just say that, just like my colleagues have said, Africa, and indeed Kenya, we are coming obviously from a history of exploitation, not only of our natural resources, of our people, but also of our culture, and indeed of what we possessed as artifact. If you read the history of the missionaries or even the explorers who came to Africa, they were always interested in picking bits and pieces of our artifacts and cultures from all over the world. And indeed, a few of my colleagues here have alluded to that fact. But however, Madam Speaker, it's also important to note that this is a trade that continues up to today. And indeed, in this country, we still find ourselves losing items that are of interest, going to foreign museums, and especially this happened after we gained our independence. Madam Speaker, we have, for example, the example of, Koitarel. It is very well documented that his head is held somewhere in a foreign museum. And it is important, Madam Speaker, for me to say that this convention, under article number 7 of this convention, it provides for what we call restitution, where it says, and I quote with your permission, Madam Speaker, for objects inventoried and stolen from a museum, public or a religious monument, or a similar institution, Article 7 provides the state parties should undertake appropriate measures to seize and return any cultural property stolen or imported. So, Madam Speaker, as a government, it is very important that the government of the Republic of Kenya, through the national museums and the relevant ministries, start appropriate action to get our known artifacts back. The head of Koitarel. We are also told that Turkana boy is no longer in our museum. What we have here in our museum is a replica. So how do we get some of those things back? But going forward, Madam Speaker, we also have a lot of things that were associated with our liberation movement that future generations, 50 years, 100 years from today, will need to know about and will need to be able to see. And so I propose that the National Museums of Kenya, which I believe should be at the forefront
of the enforcement, after we ratify this treaty, they should be at the forefront of enforcement, should consider especially the artifacts that are associated with the Mau Mau movement. And Madam Speaker, the Mau Mau movement is very, very close to my heart, because Tetu, my constituency, was really the epicenter. And this is the home of Dedan Kimathi. And we have the guns, we have the knives, we have the skins, we have the things that they used in the liberation struggle. And a lot of these things, indeed even the letters that they used to exchange, there was something called that there was a post office that they had in the forest, which had something that needs to be preserved. So, Madam Speaker, how do we as a country now move to put together all our artifacts? And I am requesting that the National Museums of Kenya after this considers putting together the Dedan Kimathi Museum, which we have been asking for at a place called Karonaime in Teto, which can become the collection of all the Mau Mau artifacts and items so that we can preserve them for future generations. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support this ratification. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are 3 minutes from the appointed time by the Speaker for the adjournment motion by Honorable Abdul Haro. And for the convenience of the House, you'll be guided by Standing Order number 33. The mover will have 10 minutes, and every other member shall have a maximum of 5 minutes. So we will begin, and this debate will continue in the next sitting. Honorable Member for Mandera South, you can move your motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Order 33.1, I seek.
Continue, Honorable Member. Don't listen to Honorable Haji until I tell you out of track. Continue.
I seek leave for the adjournment of the House for purposes of discussing a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the current severe El Nino crisis and its devastating effects, particularly in Mandera County. Honorable Speaker, the adverse effects of the El Nino crisis are significantly impacting a lot of critical facets of our country. The rains are disrupting the ongoing national exams for students, with potential long-term consequences on the education and future prospects of students. In Mandera County, numerous schools are also being utilized as refugee shelters, posing challenges to both the displaced individuals and educational institutions involved. Some vital healthcare facilities, including hospitals, are submerged, rendering them inaccessible. This has unfortunately left the affected population without access to medical assistance in the wake of dangerous outbreak of diseases. Honorable Speaker, it is disheartening to note that private individuals have had to step in actively to engage in rescue and relief efforts, underlying the urgency and the gravity of the situation. The current death toll stands at 46, with over 14 reported injuries, and the potential for further casualties is imminent if immediate action is not taken. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view to exploring possible and lasting solutions. Honorable Speaker, we've received heavy El Nino rains from the end of October. And this has come just when the country had just come out of one of the worst droughts in the history of the country, a drought that had been predicted to have been the worst in 40 years. And when just the country was recovering from these drought effects, and when pastoralists particularly and other Kenyans were rejoicing that the rains have finally come, these rains have now come in El Nino, which has been predicted now to be the super El Nino, not the normal El Nino. It is predicted by the weathermen as one of the worst, as worse than the El Nino of the 1997-1998. Already, over 15,000 families have been uprooted from their families. Hundreds of acres of farmlands have been decimated, and over 1,000 livestock have been swept away. Whole counties have been cut off from the rest of the country. For example, Mandera County, where I come from, is completely cut off from all routes that lead to that county from within the country and also from the neighboring countries, which means in the next few weeks, if the rains continue pounding, and we have been told the rains will continue until March next year, then we are facing serious starvation, lack of food. Already there is scarcity of fuel in that county and many other counties. Mandera Referral Hospital, for example, was reported that as per yesterday, the critical hospital facilities like oxygen and other facilities that require electricity is not accessible. Honorable Speaker, food is running out in many parts of the country. Fuel has run out, and there is serious danger of waterborne diseases, for example, like cholera outbreak. And there is also very serious danger of malaria outbreak. In some parts of the country, especially in central parts and Rift Valley, there is danger of mudslides, which could be a danger to the lives of many of our people. Madam Speaker, as we speak, the rains are continuing pounding most parts of the country. Already, as I had indicated, the 46 deaths which have been reported, but the number is rising. As late as yesterday, we lost a Form 2 boy who is a student of Takaba Secondary School from Mandera West. He was swept away by a river called Lagsure, which has its sources in Ethiopian highlands, and the boy was swept away and has not been retrieved from the river. My heart goes to all those Kenyans who have lost their lives, and my heart goes to all those Kenyans who are still missing, and I pass my condolences to the families. My point is, we should urge as a nation to declare this flood, which is now turning to be a super El Nino, as a national disaster. It is only by declaring it as a national disaster and by making sure that we mobilize all the resources that we have as a country and all the resources that we can garner for our friends and well-wishers is when we can concentrate our efforts on this disaster which is threatening to wreak havoc. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move the motion.
Thank you, Member for Mandera South. I'll ask the members whose intent is not to speak on this, you can withdraw your cards. Otherwise, I'll consider all the ones logged in to be intending to speak to this. Member for Mandera North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Honorable Kore for this adjournment motion. It's timely. Honorable Speaker, what we know now is not a normal El Nino. It is actually a super El Nino. Remember, we're just back from severe drought that has been so severe. Actually, it has not been witnessed for the last 40 years. Now, after this severe drought, then here we are with super El Nino. And so the communities are at pains. It's actually so critical that the population is gasping for life and things that mitigate their life. Food is one of them. The road infrastructure has been cut off to the extent that no vehicle can pass through. Now, we are looking at a situation whereby vehicles leaving Nairobi to supply parts of Wajir, parts of Mandera, parts of Isiolo, and many others. They can't reach their destinations. Now, what happens? There's extreme food insecurity in those places. And then there's what you call now the hiking of these prices, of the little commodities that are now in the shops. In places like Mandera County, we are bordering both Ethiopia and Somalia. Remember, the borders are closed. The food from Nairobi cannot reach them. Those commodities that can be bought from across cannot reach because we have a situation whereby the borders are officially closed. Now, what are we supposed to do? We watch in the eyes of these communities just starve like that? It's very critical. What we are asking now is for the government actually to declare this as a national disaster. whereby, I mean, donor countries or donor agencies can come in. And this will be a whole government approach. We have a situation whereby power stations have been submerged and some of the towns now don't have power. Those that do have will go off very soon because there's no fuel. Now, if you don't have a whole government approach to attend to this matter, then we as leaders, we as government will be looking like we are looking at the eye, watching them from Nairobi. They are helpless and we can't support. Ministry of Energy, Kenya Power, what plans do they have to ensure that there's power in those stations? Ministry of Health, what plans do they have to ensure that essential drugs reach those populations? It's very critical. Now, what we are looking at now is that relief food of whatever kind is the most essential commodity that we need now. We can't even know who is more deserving or not deserving. Every person in those areas is deserving now because there's nowhere to buy. So I'm asking the government to move with speed. I'm asking the donors to move with speed to save this population from this super El Nino. Remember some of the infrastructure that have been swept away by the floods. Look at the road from Garissa to Madagascar. It was constructed in 2019 at whopping several billions of shillings. Part of it was swept away. Why? Because it was not done properly. And I think it's high time people are supposed to pay for this kind of crimes. The engineers who were supposed to monitor these things, the contractor was doing it. The Director General of Kenya at that particular time, they need to answer some of these things. The poor infrastructure in parts of Northeastern, for example, have contributed to the situation now we're in. If we had roads, and I'm sure we could mitigate some of these effects of El Nino. But now we don't have roads, no infrastructure. The population is dying. So what we want is an entire world government approach to salvage the situation in northern part of Kenya, and especially Northeastern. The population is actually writhing in pain. We are looking from Nairobi and asking, what can we do? So as I conclude, I want to ask the Kenya government and especially the President of the Republic of Kenya to declare the El Nino situation as a national disaster so that help can reach every part and every corner of this country. It's so dire, people are going to starve. And I'm telling you, El Nino will continue until March. What are we going to do? We sympathize with those who have been submerged, those who lost their lives, but most of
Your time is up. Member for Ganze, Honorable Charo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity for me also to contribute towards this motion. First of all, I want to thank the Member of Parliament for Mandera for bringing this motion to this House. And again, I want to pass my condolences to the people of Ganze because I understand we did lost 2 people due to the El Nino floods. As a government or as a country, I think we have failed once again because we have been caught flat-footed by this El Nino. The fact that warnings were given in time, but I think the respective government departments did not take the necessary precaution to make sure that such kind of calamities are averted. As we speak right now, there are so many people in Ganze who have been surrounded by water. Those who live near riverbanks, those who live in swampy areas. As we speak right now, they cannot get out of their places because of the water surrounding them. As we speak right now, we have not had any help from any government institution, be it the national government, be it the county government. Over 1,000 people right now in Ganze are living in dire conditions. They need to be evacuated from where they live. and there has been no support forthcoming so far. We have also had a lot of problems with those who are administering exams right now. A case in point yesterday, there's a school in Mitangani location in Ganze that started the exam, an exam that was supposed to start at 8 a.m. in the morning. It started at 8 p.m. at night because they could not be able, the roads are impassable, the bridges have been swept away, so there was no way that the exam could get there on time. And again, help did not come in time because we had been told that there will be contingency plans to make sure that if the roads are cut, then we'll have helicopters hired by NEC to take exams to these schools. But that did not happen. So imagine a student waiting for exam that was supposed to start at 8. In the morning, it starts at 8. The teachers were telling me that they were running these exams to the containers at 1 a.m. At night. So this is very sad. And as a country, I think we never learn from past experiences. Because I remember the last El Nino, I think in 1997, when I was a student myself, I was doing my Form 4 exams at Godoma Secondary School. It was during El Nino. That time, we used to start our exams at 4 p.m. And you see, almost 27 years later, still as a country, we are still facing the same problems. I think we need to wake up as a country. We need to take disaster preparedness seriously. Because I can imagine right now, we have been suffering like for the last 3 weeks because of the heavy rains. There has been no help forthcoming whatsoever. I support this statement by the MPs here that this government should now declare El Nino a disaster. It is a natural disaster. And the outlook for this week, the forecast for this week, it still says that there's still much more rain coming. So if right now people are suffering like this, what will happen if these rains continue for the next 2, 3, 4 days? I think I want to urge all the concerned government departments, please wake up from your slumber, kindly get to the ground and help the people. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you. Member for Lamu East, Honorable Rueda.
Asante Bispika kunipatia nafasi na mimi nichangie. Bispika, hakika mafuriko yametuathiri sana, na Bispika, inasikitisha kila wakati tunapatikana ghafla. Kuna umuhimu sasa wa kujitayarisha ili mafuriko haya yakija yasitupate vile yanatupata. Imekuwa nenda rudi, mambo ni hayo hayo. Pia ningeomba Bispika, kwa ruhusa yako, chochote kinachotukuliwa hapa isiwe ni kungojea kila memba aende akaulize swali kibinafsi. Lamu, sijui Tana River, sijui Garissa. Naomba iwe ni hapa moja Kenya nzima. Manake maswali yatakuja mengi. Kwa hivyo tupate msaada kwa pamoja wote walioathirika na mafuriko. Bispika, kwetu Lamu Mashariki kunasikitisha sana. Lamu Mashariki eneo liloathirika ni Basuba Ward. Basuba Ward ninavyokuambia, Mangai shule iko upande wa pili wa mto. Sahihi wanafunzi hawawezi kwenda Mangai Primary. Mto umefurika. Watu wa Mararani wamefungika kabisa. Hawawezi kwenda Kiunga kwa mambo ya usalama, na huko wanapokuja karibu Mangai pia nao hawawezi, barabara yao ni hiyo. Wamefungika kabisa, hawana pa kwenda. Bispika, Basuba tu Milimani njia haipitiki. Hata pikipiki hazipitiki. Ndio usafiri peke yake ni pikipiki huko. Kwa sababu ya mambo ya zile IDs kwa barabara. Sahi alhamdulillah tunashukuru hakuna hiyo mambo ya kwa hizo vilepuzi kwa barabara. Tunashukuru kwa sababu ya mvua hazifanyiki. Lakini sasa hakuna njia ya kupita. Usafiri wa kule ilikuwa ni pikipiki. Sahi hakuna usafiri wa aina yoyote kutoka Basuba na Milimani. Upande wa Kiangwi kwenda Basuba pia barabara imekatika. Njia ni bahari peke yake kupitia hiyo Basuba Ward yote wafike Kiangwi. Watu wanaweza fikiwa ni Kiangwi peke yake. Hizo sehemu zingine zote paka jeshi ziende zisaidie. Tunaomba KDF wasichoke, waende wakasaidia wale maskini. Kitu cha kusikitisha zaidi ni kwamba hata kwenye orodha ukipigia NDMA wanakuambia Lamu West tu mafuriko. Hawashughuliki, hata data hawana. Red Cross hata data hawana. Wanashughulika huku pande kwenye watu wengi. Kule kwa vile ni kidogo, ni maskini, hawana numbers, hata hakuna anayewashughulikia. Bispika, inanisikitisha kama mbunge wa kule, inanisikitisha sana. Na CDF ingeruhusiwa basi kabadilisha, maana hata county hawajaenda huko. Kiunga ward kuna matatizo, mashamba yote yameingia maji, chakula watu hawakupata safari hii na mashamba yameingia maji. Sasa utaona county wameconcentrate, kila mtu ameenda kule kwenye kura nyingi, na kule wale maskini hakuna anayeshughulika yoyote. Ikiwa watu wameathirika na mafuriko, watu wa Basuba hawaathiriki tu na mafuriko, kuna mambo ya usalama siku zote, kisha sahihi inaingia na mafuriko. Kule ni matatizo zaidi. Bispika, nyumba za Basuba, nyumba zao tunazijua, watu dhaifu maskini, nyumba zimeingia kwenye maji. Wale hata kujenga tena sijui atapata lini kujenga kama hawapati msaada. Bispika, haya mambo yametuathiri, naomba ichukuliwe hatua za haraka. Naungana na wenzangu, rais aseme ni janga la kitaifa, watu wapate msaada. Kama tunangojea county Lamu Mashariki hawajafika. Kama tunangojea NDMA pia nao hawajafika, sijui ni kwa nini. Mimi mwenyewe nimewapigia simu kuwauliza, wanaambia barabara tu imekatika, sijui nini, na hakuna kitu wamefanya. So sijui tukimbilie wapi sisi Bispika. Watu wanatutegemea na sisi hatuna msaada wa kuwapatia. Sina mfuko wote wa kwenda kutoa chakula cha msaada. Tunaomba bunge hili, ingawa sauti yetu isikizwe, donors wakija wafikirie pia watu wa Basuba ward, wasiangalie tu Lamu West. Lamu West kweli imeathirika, lakini hata kama ni wengi, lakini kule pia wameathirika na wale ni wanyonge zaidi, nao wasaidiwe. Asante Bispika.
Asante Mheshimiwa Rueda. Na ni vizuri nikujulishe kwamba ndo hii idhini iweze kutolewa na Spika, lazima mswada huu uwe ni wa dharura na wa kitaifa. Kwa hivyo sio mambo ya Mandera ya kusini peke yake, ni mambo ya kitaifa. Mheshimiwa wa Kisauni, Mheshimiwa Rashid Bedzimba, wakati ni wako.
Asante sana Madam Speaker kwa kunipa nafasi, fursa hii na mimi nipenyeze sauti yangu katika janga hili la mafuriko. Pia mimi niko kuunga mkono kwamba mafuriko yawekwe kama janga la kitaifa, yatangazwe kama janga la kitaifa kwa sababu limeathiri wananchi pakubwa. Na la kusikitisha ni kwamba hatukuwatayarisha wale wananchi wakajiweka tayari kwamba kuna jambo linalokuja la dharura, kwa sababu kulitangazwa kwamba kutakuja El Nino, lakini baadaye ikatangazwa tena hakuna, halafu ikatangazwa iko, mpaka wakaanza kuomba misamaha kwenye matelevisheni. Sasa wananchi walirelax, walipumzika wakijua kwamba hali ni shwari, lakini ghafla usiku mvua imeanza kunyesha ambao haikusimama kwa masiku kadhaa, ikasomba mifugo, ikasomba vyakula, watu wanavyoathirika pakubwa. Katika eneo bunge la Kisauni, Madam Speaker, eneo bunge la Kisauni limeathirika pakubwa katika janga hili la mafuriko. Katika wodi 7 ambazo zote mimi nawakilisha, zote zimekuwa na mafuriko. Vyakula ndani vimeingiliwa na maji, nguo zote zimechukuliwa, watoto wamekuwa hawajui walazwe wapi. Hali imekuwa ngumu, majumba yameanguka. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hawa watu wanahitaji msaada mkubwa sana. Kwa sasa chakula kwa dharura, serikali wangeanza kuwapelekea chakula cha kutosha tena. Sio watu wanawekwa foleni, chakula kinaletwa wanapewa kilo 2. Kilo 2 itawasaidia nini? Wale watu wanahitaji kusaidika kwamba chakula kiende kwa wingi, kila wodi kwende vyakula ambao wale wananchi wanaishi katika wodi hizo wao watapata vya kuwasaidia kwa wiki ama zaidi ya wiki waweze kujipanga. Magodoro yote yalibebwa na maji, watu hawajui waishi wapi. Hata kule mashule hawana nafasi ya kwenda kwa sababu mashule yenyewe mkuta zote zimeanguka. Kwa hivyo tunahitaji msaada mkubwa wa serikali. Wasikae tu wakaona kwamba ni vizuri kuwaita watu kusema unawapa chakula na unawapatia kilo 2. ndio unampatia mtu mmoja na unasema pa family ipate kilo 2. Itawasaidia nini? Kwa kweli ni masikitiko sana. Saa hizi wananchi wanahitaji serikali ingie, lakini serikali imekaa kando na kuwacheza shere. Ukiangalia kaunti kama ya Mombasa, governor anasema hajapewa hata ndururu ya El Nino, hajapewa hata shilingi 1. Kwa hivyo sasa hatujui anayedanganya mwingine ni nani. Serikali kuu inasema kwamba imetoa, yule anasema hajapewa, ama wanamwambia tumie pesa. Pesa ziko na mipango, huwezi kwenda tu kuchukua pesa ya kitu ya shughuli zingine ukaipeleka pale, alafu itamletea tabu katika hesabu wakati auditors wamekuja. Kwa hivyo tunaomba serikali walichukulia jambo hili kwa umuhimu sana, walitilie maanani kwamba watu wanateseka, hasa eneo bunge la Kisauni. Tunahitaji msaada wa serikali. Tunahitaji kwamba watu wasaidike, wamehangaika, majumba maji yako paka magotini, na sisi kule ni maskini sana. Vyoo vingi vyetu tunatumia ndani ya nyumba. Kwa hivyo yale maji hata yameingia kwa choo, yamejaa, imetoka nje. Wale watu ni hatari sana, kuna mkurupuko wa maradhi pia yako njiani. Tunataka serikali ihakikishe kwamba saa hizi wamelenga hasa eneo bunge la Kisauni, wawasaidie na wapeleke madawa katika hospitali, na warahisishie watu kwamba saa hizi watu watibiwe bure kwa sababu ya hali ya hatari hii ambayo imetokea, ambayo hawakupanga. Mashule sasa mengi yameanguka makuta zao, mengi mapaa zao sasa zimekuwa na athari. Tunaomba misaada ya kutosha katika wale mashirika ambao wako tayari kusaidia, waje eneo bunge la Kisauni wasaidie, na hata kule sehemu ambazo imezungumzwa sasa, nimeona maji yakenda na mifugo ikichukuliwa. Wanahitaji msaada mkubwa, na hili jambo tunazungumza isiwe tu tunazungumza hapa. Serikali waitilie maanani, wananchi wanapata tabu. Hali ya uchumi ni mbaya, na sasa vyakula vinkwenda, kazi hakuna mtu anaenda, watoto ni wagonjwa. Tunaomba msaada kwa serikali, na ni haki ya wananchi, si msaada tu kwa bembeleza. Ni haki ya mwananchi asaidiwe wakati huu ambao wa dhiki imeingia. Kisauni tumeumia zaidi. Kwa haya nasema Mheshimiwa Spika, haya maneno tunazungumza, serikali wasiwache tu tuzungumze, wayatilie maanani, waone vipi watasaidia wananchi wao. Asante sana.
Thank you. Member for Thika Town.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also rise to support this motion now that it has rained like never before. And by the way, Madam Speaker, I think it is across the country that we have felt this El Nino. What I don't understand is because we were warned. If we were never warned, it is something else. We were prepared by those who are in charge, and we knew that El Nino was on the way. Honorable Speaker, the 22% and the 10%, I think we don't wait until the damages are done. These are monies that were supposed to have been released early enough to come and help our roads. As we speak right now, for those children who are sitting for their exams, how will they be compared with our child who lives somewhere very comfortable, who woke up very early in the morning, went and sat for her exams? Yet these ones, they even don't know whether they will make it to go and sit for their exams. We as a nation, and especially from where I stand in this National Assembly, where I represent or oversight the Ministry of Social Protection, where children rise. Madam Speaker, children are suffering. Every news, every evening, when you watch, you see those children are suffering. Those ones who are doing for their exams, also those young children who they cannot stay in the house, neither can they go outside. From a bird's view, when you look at some of the counties, they are flooded. You can think they are lakes, or you can think they are oceans, but it is dry land that now either the proper drainage was not done, but everybody everywhere is suffering. Even in my own constituency, there is a place called Geshieki. They have moved to other places because their homes, they woke up at night and water was not outside their house. Actually, they were woken by their beds becoming wet because the water had already penetrated their houses and they are suffering. What I'm saying, let us not wait until, because we don't know these rains will go until when. You know, last night it rained the entire night until the entire morning. It was still raining. And drainage, I think everywhere, they are blocked. You find even in an urban town like Thika, we are still suffering. Water is all over. The roads, you know, with these rains, and if the water stand at one place, it means even all our roads are going to be damaged. Why do we wait until this one happens? If at all we are not warned, that is something else. We were told that it was going to rain very heavily, and this nation of ours, we have come from COVID to drought, now from drought to El Nino. And we are stuck here, Madam Speaker. All what I'm saying is, food to be released, let the ministry, let Treasury now put this one as a national disaster, start releasing the food to the families that are affected, start fixing the roads, because even people coming to work, either in the morning or in the evening, is a problem. People are sleeping on the other side of their homes because they cannot even access their own homes. I want to say that let us not wait until when damage is done, until when we cannot be able to rescue this situation. We have time right now. We come out as a nation. We come and help these affected people, and there are many. And like I have said, it is across the country. Everybody is suffering. There's no shelter, there's no food, there's no medication, and even for those ones, there's medication, how to get medication to the affected people or to the affected families, it is a problem. Let us, we as the nation, be doing what we are supposed to be doing. Let us not be seen like we are crying all the time. Let us be able to solve problems at the right time, not to wait until when nothing is working in the nation, not until they wait, we come here to debate, that is when they are going to start releasing money. It is wrong. We are supposed as a nation to come out very strongly and protect our families, and protect our society, and protect our children, and protect our mothers, and protect our elderly who are suffering, waiting for the government to come and rescue. And as for the 22% and the 10%, let it not come when already El Nino is gone, when you cannot be called to go and fix a road that is made.
Your time is up. Member for Mandera East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, may I take this opportunity to thank the mover of the motion who brought this critical motion to the House. The issue we are discussing here is extremely timely. Right now, as we speak, people have been moved from their houses and become IDBs in their own country. Roads are blocked. In the 21st century, right now, vehicles from Nairobi cannot reach Mandera, cannot reach Wajir, cannot reach Dadaab and Ijara. It's extremely very unfortunate. And you know, that's why we have been saying that this region is marginalized for some time. And we thought we will be out of this problem once maybe leaders like His Excellency William Samoei Arap Ruto now takes the leadership. We expected this to start immediately after our pastoralists takes over power. It's unfortunate that now our people might starve to death. Vehicles are stuck. As I speak right now, a bag of sugar today is going at 10,000 shillings in Mandera town. The few that have the stock. Most of them don't have stock. In fact, shops are closing. Those few that were coming from the other side of Ethiopia and Somalia, all of them are also suffering the same thing. There are no roads. Now, students doing examination is a problem. We are calling upon the government to call this, you know, and declare this as a national disaster so that we can get help. Even planes cannot land in Mandera right now because of, you know, the magnitude of the rain that is there. I think for almost 5 days, no plane landed in Mandera. The situation is dire. We don't want the government to move and bury when deaths occur. it is the high time now for the leadership of this country to move very fast, get planes that can carry tons and tons of food. Those who drop food, I think those there are planes in UN and other well-wishers that can have those kind of cargo planes that can drop food all over, because most likely planes cannot land. It's unfortunate that we are discussing this kind of thing in the 21st century. You know, once the president declares this as a national disaster, donors from all over the world will move in and our people will get help. We also need the government to take people out of these, risky places where floods come during the night while they're in a sleep. Take them to, a higher places and, treat them as IDBs. Once we do that, we'll be better off. In Mandera right now, Mandera is a headquarter of Mandera County. Unfortunately, for the last 5 days, there is no power at all. No one can be taken to ICU. There is no oxygen. You can understand the risk. Once that happens, Mandera General Hospital right now as we speak, there is no power. The whole town is in darkness. The problem is not the way maybe our leadership are taking. The problem is extremely very big and dire. We need our leadership to move very fast and the president to come out clearly, declare this as a national disaster before it is too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Garissa Township.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity and also thank the mover of the motion. Madam Speaker, the situation in the region, as said by my colleagues here, is more than dire. I think we are over El Nino. What we are experiencing is something we have not experienced for a very, very long time. In our lifetime, we have not seen the situation we're in. Madam Speaker, I think we've reached a situation where we are inheriting those very funny names and very big disasters of hurricane and cyclones in our region. The whole region is completely submerged. So I don't know whether the government was forewarned. We knew all these things were coming, but they took it for granted. The situation we are in, we've been talking about it in press conferences, at public rallies, urging the government to declare this issue a national disaster. But there seems to be some laxity or some fear, or they may be tending to think that it would be shameful to declare it as a national disaster. Whichever name they use, they must know that we have a problem and we need an urgent government interventions. County governments are not able to intervene on this kind of issue. So we need the national government to come in. It looks like the government is every morning waking up and telling us, you are not yet suffering. You are not yet there. You are not yet there. You need to suffer more so that they come in. We need the government intervention. I am speaking on the floor of the House directly to the president of the country, wherever he is. When he comes back out of the country, we need him to go and land in Wajir International Airport and establish a command center to coordinate the disasters that is there. We are no longer trusting any other government official or to tell us anything. We have met them, many government ministers, many government PSS on the same issue. They cannot move even one truck of food from here or one airlift of food from here to the affected areas. People are suffering. Homes are flooded. There is no one who is living in his house today in the whole region. I have a 30-kilometer river line along my constituency. All those farms are destroyed. All that land is destroyed. All those farms are destroyed. People are watching the destruction of their lifetime investment, but there is no government that is talking about. We have displaced people living in all the schools in the county. Students are unable to do exam because the schools are occupied by displaced people. There's nothing coming out of the government or from the national government and or the county government to help these people. We are appealing. We have said many things on the floor of the House, and in fact, it's unfortunate the leaders of this House are not taking this issue seriously. They were there before this debate came, this motion came on the floor of the House, they left us. Their only intention is always to whip us to come and support government bills and issues. But now when we have a problem in our regions, when we need them most to talk on our behalf also, they have disappeared from the House. There is nobody here. You are not a leader of this House. We are talking about the majority leader, the deputy majority leader, the whips and everything, and the other side. Those are the people we are talking about, not members like myself. So don't please intervene on this issue. You have nothing to offer us. We are talking to the leadership of the House, who we need to be here to talk on behalf of the country with the challenges this country is facing. Madam Speaker, we need a serious intervention from the national government. We have talked about this issue. We have a problem. There's nothing forthcoming. All the roads are destroyed. Animals cannot go and fend for themselves because there's everywhere is waterlogged. There is no pasture to go and eat. So with those many remarks, or few remarks, whatever you call, government intervention is needed here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kindly members, do not raise your hands. I have your names. If you have logged in, I can see you. Member for Taveta, Honorable John Bwire. Honorable Anjala, you have no locus standi to even show. You've just come in. So please, there are members who have been waiting. Member for Taveta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I was in Sunday school, my Sunday school teacher used to remind me of the scripture in the book of Matthew 19:24. The Bible says, I'll say it again, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich person to enter the kingdom of heaven. Madam Speaker, if I had a second to amend the Bible, I will recommend to amend Matthew 19:24. And I would say, it is easier for a camel to enter through a needle, the eye of an needle, than government officers and politicians in Kenya to enter the kingdom of heaven. And why do I say so, Madam Speaker? I say so, Madam Speaker, because the many times I've been in Parliament here, we've always had a discussions of how we came from very humble background to the positions where we are today. But the one thing that surprises me, Madam Speaker, is that the moment we get here, we forget about the many poor people who are languishing in the villages. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of going to Kimorigo village in Taveta constituency. I had the privilege of going to Njukini, Saramson, Irrigation, Marodo, Nga. Those people are really suffering, Madam Speaker. And I want you to take a moment, Madam Speaker, and close your eyes. Imagine your children, 2 children, 3 children in your house, where your house is completely flooded, you only have mkeka and you cannot sleep, and you are a mother of those children. It is painful, it is heartening, and I think I want to agree with the speaker who had just spoken before me, that I think sometimes we are forgotten the moment we get to these positions. Why do I say so, Madam Speaker? When we were passing the finance bill and increasing the VAT from 8% to 16%, we were assured we'll have a lot of dams everywhere in the country. When we were passing the housing levy, we were assured of houses, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, when we were increasing NHIF and NSSF and other things, Madam Speaker, even the cost of an ID, we were told that things are going to change. Madam Speaker, when the travels for members of Parliament and other government officials were cancelled, we were told we were doing it for the best of the country. In fact, I was in one of the meetings where we were told, as a result of the cancellation of the travels, we have saved close to 5 billion. What we are asking, Madam Speaker, where is this money? Where is this money, Madam Speaker? And we are not asking for so many things, Madam Speaker. What we are saying is repair the roads so that they can be motorable. For instance, Madam Speaker, in my constituency, the Taveta Elasticity Road has been the connection between farmers, so that they can take their produce to the market. Madam Speaker, we have women who have sacrificed all their savings to cultivate tomato. They cannot take that tomato to the market because the roads are not passable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have bigger problems. I remember, Madam Speaker, this house is a house of record. On 26th of July, 2023, the Cabinet Secretary Water, Honorable Alice Wahome, was here, and I asked her a question, and I told her, Honorable Alice Wahome, Kimorigo has the problem of having perennial floods. What are you doing? And she told us so many good things. But people in Kimorigo right now are suffering. People in Ga right now are suffering. What we are saying, Madam Speaker, much as my colleagues are saying we declare floods as a national disaster, El Nino as a national disaster, I would also request, Madam Speaker, we saw a committee led by the Deputy President on this emergency. We have a Cabinet Secretary for Water. We want them to come here next week to explain to us the immediate intervention measures that they have taken to protect our people. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Well said, Honorable Ivo Bara. Give Honorable Eve the mic.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this very, very important motion. And I want to thank our colleague from Mandera for bringing it up. Madam Speaker, this matter should have been addressed as early as yesterday because of the effects of the El Nino. Yes, I know we've been told that we were warned, and again we were told that it was not going to be there, but that is water under the bridge. And as a house, we should move on and see how best this matter can be solved. Madam Speaker, we have seen families displaced, desperate families displaced from their homes. We have seen crops destroyed. We have seen sick children, old people living in very, very unfriendly environment because of the storm or the El Nino. Madam Speaker, as much as it was brought in by this member from Mandera, the El Nino has affected almost all parts of this country. Madam Speaker, I was in Mombasa last week for a conference for 4 days. In Mombasa, it rained for 4 days non-stop, day and night. And the area was completely flooded with water, Bamburi area. Mombasa, to the extent that we did not see the sun for 4 full days. Madam Speaker, we have seen floods in areas that we never expected. We have seen what is happening in Dubai, for instance. It's flooded, and homes and houses have been destroyed from El Nino. Yes, it is El Nino and it is serious. Madam Speaker, what is our plan? What is our disaster preparedness? What are we doing as a country? Because I can imagine that it can only be worse from what we are seeing and from the projections, even as we look at it from all over the world on what they are saying is going to happen. What is our level of preparedness as a country? What are we doing for those people who are already affected and out of their homes, schools that have been destroyed? What are we doing? Relief food. I saw them on TV yesterday. Even in my own county, Homa Bay, Oluch Kimira area, I saw them in Ahero in Kisumu County. They are also living in schools and they have no food, they have no medicine, they have no water, they have nothing. We are yet to see the arm of government reaching out. The relief food must get to these people. And we must stand as one, as a country, and speak with one voice so that our people are taken care of, so that our people are able to get food, medicine, and water, nets for mosquitoes. Madam Speaker, this should happen. Not 2 weeks' time, not 3 weeks' time, but tomorrow. I believe that there is food in stock through the ministry, and this food, we must see it starting going out. I don't know what has happened to the Red Cross. They were very, very fast in these matters. But somehow, you have not seen action from them. Madam Speaker, our condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones as a result of these floods, to those families that cannot bury their dead because of the floods. Once again, I support and thank you very much, our colleague, for bringing it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Rabai. Check the next one.
Thank you. Asante sana Madam Speaker. Mimi nikiwa mbunge wa Rabai nimesimama kuunga mkono hoja hii ambayo imeweza kuletwa na mheshimiwa kutoka pale Mandera. Nataka nimpongeze kwa sababu ameleta hoja ambayo kwa wakati huu, wakati mwafaka. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka niseme kwamba hii mvua ya El Nino, kipindi hichi wakazi wote, niseme wakazi wa pwani, wakazi wa Kenya, wamehangaishwa sana na mvua hii, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Ndio maana nasimama hapa nikiwa mbunge wa Rabai kuunga mkono na kusema kwamba mvua hii ya El Nino serikali itangaze rasmi kuwa ni janga la kitaifa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nikiwa mbunge wa Rabai, wakazi wengi wa Rabai nyumba zao zimeweza kuanguka kwa sababu ya mvua nyingi. Mvua imenyesha zaidi ya siku 4 mfululizo, na niseme kwamba hata kile chakula ambacho juzi waliweza kuvuna mashambani kiliweza kutekwa chote na mvua na maji, na hivi ninavyosema wakazi wa Rabai hawana chakula. Ndio maana nataka kuuliza serikali ije na mbinu ambayo itaweza kuhakikisha wale wote ambao wameweza kuathirika waweze kupewa ufadhili wa kutosha ili kipindi hichi waweze kusaidika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka niseme kwamba nikiwa mbunge wa Rabai, eneo bunge la Rabai kuna wodi 4. Tuko na Mwawesa, Ruruma, Kamberibe na Kisurutini, na barabara zile zote ambazo hivi juzi tuliweza kuzirekebisha kupitia kera, barabara zote zimeoshwa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi niseme kwamba kuna madaraja, Mheshimiwa Spika, daraja la Jimba, daraja la Chitwa cha Mkamba, daraja la Ngwenzeni, zote zimeweza kufagiliwa na mvua hii ya El Nino, kiasi cha kwamba wananchi sahihi kutoka Rabai wanapata shida kubwa. Hawawezi kuweza kutembea yale maeneo mengine kwa sababu daraja hizi zote zimeweza kusafishwa na mvua El Nino. Mheshimiwa Spika, niseme kwamba kupitia Rabai tuko na mto pale mkubwa unaitwa River Kombeni, na mto huu, Mheshimiwa Spika, una maji mengi sana ambayo maji haya kufikia wakati huu yanaenda bahari India. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nikisimama hapa mimi nikiwa mbunge wa Rabai, nataka niseme kwamba kwa zaidi ya miaka 10 eneo bunge la Rabai limekuwa na shida ya maji, na ndio maana ninauliza serikali ije na mikakati. sehemu kama hizi ambazo maji mengi yanapatikana mfumo huu yanaenda baharini, nimeuliza serikali na ninanyenyekea, mto wa River Kombeni, serikali ije na mikakati ya kuweza kujenga damu ili maji yale ambayo yanaenda River Kombeni yaweze kutumika kwa wakazi wa Rabai ili shida ya maji iweze kuisha. Nikimalizia, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimshukuru pia naibu wa rais, aliweza kuita viongozi wote na kuzungumzia swala hili la janga la mafuriko, na hivi nataka niseme kwamba nina imani kwamba serikali itatoa mwongozo ili Wakenya wote ambao wameweza kupata shida hii ya mvua El Nino wakaweze kupata suluhu. Asante sana Madam Speaker, nasimama kuunga mkono. Asante.
Asante sana. Nafasi hii muende mbunge wa Lungalunga Mheshimiwa Mangale Chiforomodo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. Actually, as Kenyans, we are in a crisis, and I want to concur with my colleagues that El Nino should be declared as a national disaster because it has caused havoc. As we speak, there are so many people who are in camps. Like, for example, in my constituency, 700 people have camped at a school called Kidomaya. Another 200 people have been camping at another school called Mwamose, and many other places. Generally, what you are saying, the loss which we Kenyans or which Kenyans have experienced due to El Nino is enormous. And I want to thank my friend here that he has come up with this motion so that we all reflect, discuss, and also advise the government on the way forward. Madam Speaker, the road network in Lungalunga constituency is in tatters. We cannot access the headquarters in Lungalunga because all the bridges have been brought down. There's one thing which I want to mention here, that also these rains have also actually tried to show us that some of our contractors are doing shoddy jobs. I want to mention one road from Vitsangalaweni all through Mwena and Maledi. The road has been finished 2 months ago. It was marked. Now it has got 2 places which have been washed off. Just 2 months old road being washed off. I think the contractor did not do a good job. But notwithstanding that, what we are trying to say is the government has a chance now to ensure that it puts mechanism to ensure that our people, they get support. Because then, just imagine the psychological torture. The young kids who are at a camp, a school, where they don't have toilets, they don't have nets, they don't have clean water, they don't have drugs, they can't not access health facilities. They are suffering. So the government have this chance to make sure that they provide clean water, they provide enough food for the kids who are camping, and also the whole, let me not say, not only in Lungalunga, but the whole country, because then we don't want to be biased here, that every member of parliament who stands here talks about Lungalunga, Mandera and all that, but actually, for heaven's sake, the rains have really caused havoc the whole country. So, Madam Speaker, this House has premium powers to advise, to give guidance to the government, to make sure that next time, we have been seeing this since we were young, that when the rains come, people's houses are washed away, and there's no plan we need to have a super plan to make sure that the government will be addressing these issues of floods and other disasters once and for all. Giving warning doesn't mean not anything. We have to have, we need to have plans which will be solving these issues once and for all, so that our roads are safe, our people are safe, and our schools are safe. And I want to finish by saying that we've lost 4 souls during this time at a river called Ramisi. Now I want to take this opportunity to say RIP to Mohamed Rashid Mohamed from Kichakamkwaju, Abakar Mweronzoa, Kilimangodo, and KRA manager who has been swept by water or while on duty, Joram Maina, and his driver David Nganga. RIP to all the departed soul. And thank you so much for...
Your time is up. Member for Tharaka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a timely motion of adjournment so that we can discuss this very important issue of the El Nino rains which are with us. Any argument to the contrary is water under the bridge, and we should actually be asking ourselves, what next? There was a prolonged drought, a drought, possibly La Nina, that we experienced for many, many years in this country. And then by the time the warning came that we would be experiencing El Nino, many people did not believe. And this is the reason why the warning was not taken seriously, and due to the fact that it was also coupled by dilatory messages from all quarters that the rains may not be El Nino, but would be adequate rainfall. Now we are told we got super El Nino, which means that this is the worst of the El Ninos experienced in the country since the 60s, the 70s, and now the 2000s. So, what preparations did we put in place for El Nino? Almost zero. We never did anything. We just waited with a bated breath and hoped that the rains would be sufficient. We would prepare our shambas, we would actually plant, and eventually harvest in a bumper manner. The pastoralists were happy that they would get grazing fields, lots of grass for their animals, and life would continue as usual. That is not what we have now. We got a disaster in the making, and this is the reason why we are calling upon the government to declare this El Nino phenomenon a national disaster, so that we are able to tackle the phenomenon in the most appropriate manner that befits the country. And if we require assistance from any other quarter, then we got the platform to do so. So apart from battling El Nino now, we also need to put into place measures post El Nino. What is going to happen to the country when these rains subside? No doubt whatsoever, we will be left in a calamity. The roads have been washed away, our bridges have come down, and even people are now living in IDP camps. We have seen people in Nyanza, the whole vast northern region of the country, it's totally flooded. Schools have been affected, whether now exams are going on and even after we resume in January. These are areas we should be flagging, we should be earmarking, and possibly setting aside sufficient funds to deal with the post-El Nino effects. For my constituency, Tharaka, it is also raining cats and dogs, as they say. Tharaka does not flood because its topography is that it drains into the Tana River. But we got numerous seasonal rivers that are dangerous to lives. These rivers, when it rains upwards, they experience flash floods. And this is what is most dangerous to all citizens, because people underestimate the amount of water in these rivers, and as we speak, many lives have been lost through these floods. Mine will be to encourage the people to ensure they take care. There is due diligence before we move around, not to attempt to cross rivers that are swollen, or even drive vehicles across rivers that do not have proper bridges or proper culverts. But for the country, it is vitally important that we put into place measures to ensure that now we tackle El Nino, and after El Nino, we are able to tackle the aftermath. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Fafi, Honorable Farah Yakub.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to add my voice to the motion moved by my colleague from Mandera. I want to thank him for that. The main reason we are pushing for this motion, or we are supporting, is because, not necessarily because of the El Nino, but the neglect we are feeling as a region. It's quite perturbing that a region of such magnitude, for the last 60 years of independence of this country, is still crying for basic necessity of water, accessibility to health facilities. We are sickened as members of this government, because we ourselves are members of this government, KK government. We are sickened, emotionally sad that our constituencies today are waterlogged. We cannot assess them. We cannot get information from them. We cannot give anything to them. The cry of the constituents is just touching our hearts. Madam Speaker, I come from a constituency which is vast, the biggest constituency in Garissa County. It is such emotional sad to say that a constituency of approximately 20,000 square kilometers has less than 70 kilometers of classified roads. And the said classified road is just Kera Road. The rest of the constituency has no classified roads, meaning that for me, as a government officer, state officer, to go around and visit during the dry spells even, the constituency, which has over 100 settlements, takes me 7 days to do that. So imagine during the dry spell, if I'm getting 7 days to visit or go around the constituency, what do you think of now? Madam Speaker, this constituency of this region of northern Kenya has been generous enough to host over 600,000 refugees. As I speak, 200,000 of refugees are with me. As I speak also, I'm getting influx of refugees fleeing from floods from lower part of Somalia. It's sad to say no sort of assistance is given to these refugees plus the host community. We are sick enough, adding my voice to my former colleague of Garissa North, saying that as members of this government, we expected much from this government. We thought that the stories of neglects of roads, water, provision of water, health facilities will be bygone. We thought that this government, now going for the second budgetary appropriations, will have substantial amount of money catered for those regions. I'm sick to say, as I speak now, that the budgets being passed itself had zero components other than the normal care allocation of 62 million for my constituency, and it's the same for others. That is why when we speak today, we speak with tears in our eyes, saying that we thought things would be different. I raise and support and give my hand and thumb to my friend and my colleague from Garissa Town who said we need a substantive and a strong message from His Excellency the President. We want the President, we request the President to set up a command center so that the people of Wajir South who are completely submerged can be helped. We are wondering,
as we speak and the exams are ongoing, the number of choppers hovering in the skies of northern region carrying exam papers are more than the number of choppers trying to save lives in Wajir County. Were it not for the few choppers, 3 or 4 from Kenya Military Service, Kenya Military Defense Forces, then people of Wajir South could not have been reached. We request our government, which we support, which we have helped move a lot of motion, to stand strong with us, to give us a hand and make sure that people of northern Kenya and the entire republic who have been marginalized are supported during the time of need. We request and appeal and require more from this government. Otherwise, our cries will be a curse to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Isiolo South, Honorable Bidu Tubi.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam, for giving me the opportunity to air my views on the same. Madam, this is a national disaster, it is. And everybody is seeing, even the president and the ministers and whoever is here in the country, sees that this is a disaster. Everywhere, a lot of people are submerged, a lot of people have lost their houses, a lot of people have dwellings. Schools, people are living in schools, people have been removed from these areas, from their areas of residence. And this is what is happening in Kenya generally. It's not only one area, but it's a whole area. I think it is the high time the government has to take some of this matter very serious. And I agree with my colleague from Garissa Central, who said that the government side or even the leadership of this country are not very serious. Looking at what is happening in the House itself, that we are not seeing the leaders, both of the minority and majority, when discussing this matter which came up this morning. And it was slated for 5:30. And I think if they were serious with us, they would be here at least to contribute and see and hear the cries from those of us who are here. In my constituency, a lot of it is bordering Wajir South. And Isiolo starts towards the north. And it is more or less submerged. There are areas where we have been removing people using donkey carts to remove them to a safer grounds. Up to this morning, older people are being removed from stranded in an area using carts to remove them to a safer ground. Wherever we take them to the safer grounds, there is no food for them. And there is no accessibility because all the roads leading towards that end is off, has been washed off. Even the big road, which is being under construction, to the highway towards Mandera, Somalia, is impassable. The one going to Modogash. There are vehicles right now stranded, stuck in the mud, and we have even requested the Chinese doing the construction of the roads to help at least those vehicles to be removed. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the problem is that we seem to be not coordinative enough. Red Cross were trying to do a lot in my area. They had meetings here and there, trying to galvanize, trying to call people together so that it can be seen what can be done. At least they are the only people who are trying to, the voice of reason we are hearing in those areas. Otherwise, look at the situation. Isiolo South and Isiolo North. Isiolo North towards the Marti, Wajir border, on the Isiolo South, Wajir and Garissa border, those are all areas which are being submerged. And there is no help from the government, there is no way accessibility, the only accessibility could be by air. And we have not seen the air, the planes, the choppers, which are being used every other time, are not there. So, Madam Speaker, we will request, I will also request the same government, our government, at least to be sensitive to what is happening in the country and declare this flood a national disaster so that we can be able to rush here and there to get donors from outside and everywhere else. in those areas, like in my county, there is no reason why we should, although everywhere else has floods, but there are areas which are badly affected. Isiolo town, for example, is a little bit better because the roads are, you can go to Meru, you can go to the nearest, Nanyuki and all these areas. Deep inside, there's nowhere where we can be able to get. So dropping food at Isiolo town alone does not solve the problem of those ones who are suffering in the interior. Madam, I support my colleague who brought this motion, and we say that it should be declared a national disaster by the president himself. Thank you, Madam.
Member for Samburu East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support this motion. Madam Speaker, it is true the country is affected by rains and floods. And Madam Speaker, very many places which maybe do not used to have floods, and there are now floods. And in Samburu East, Madam Speaker, we have lost about 4 people and a very many number of livestock, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are citizens who are cut off from even the marketplaces. They cannot access the market. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, a place called Ngelai is cut off from the market. They are not able to access the market. All my wards are affected. And recently, Madam Speaker, even some people have been rescued using choppers. And Madam Speaker, so many schools are affected. And I think, Madam Speaker, this is a disaster in the country. And I think, Madam Speaker, the government can even release the emergency funds from CDF so that we can help the community or our residents. And last week, Madam Speaker, I was not able even to come to Parliament because I was cut off from the road. And in fact, last week I never came to this house. And just some 2 days ago, I went to visit another place. Then I was not able to go back to my home. I decided to come this side. So it is very serious, Madam Speaker, that the schools, when they resume, we will not be able to open some schools. So many toilets were submerged, and families, and I think, Madam Speaker, the government should wake up to assist the citizen of Kenya. And I heard from the chairman budget, when we were discussing budget, Madam Speaker, it was very clear that there are money for emergency. And I think that is the money now we need the government to release, to give to the people who can use to assist the wananchi, because it does not help us when we say we have money about 6 billion and the people are suffering. So I think, Madam Speaker, everybody needs to wake up, Madam Speaker. All the resources the country have, they should now try to help the people. In fact, yesterday I watched the video. Some people are swimming to access their gates. You cannot be able to go through your gate in normal way. What will happen to those people who do not know how to swim? Because I saw that one, children are swimming to access their gate. So it is such a serious situation, Madam Speaker, that we really need to, our government to wake up and get the funds and start helping the people. Because although it is raining, and when it is raining, people assume that there is even food. But currently we don't have food, Madam Speaker. People need to be given relief because they cannot get anywhere even to buy, neither will they have time to access the market. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you. Member for Tarbaj, Honorable Hussein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportune time, and also wish to thank my colleague for bringing up this motion. Madam Speaker, this disaster has brought out the underbellies of this country. That this disaster has happened in the past. It has been predicted that it's going to come, but unfortunately we planned badly for it. And it's not only where it touches, but general plan of this country. Madam Speaker, as I speak to you, even as we all acknowledge that this disaster is everywhere in the country, but the magnitude in which it affects the country really differs. If I speak for Wajir County, and my constituency specifically, we cannot access even the fuel that is serving the off-grid power station in Wajir town. With that, Wajir is in darkness, complete darkness, because fuel cannot be taken to the gensets that Kenya Power is using. The hospitals cannot use their theaters because there's no power, completely no power, because they're all using diesel. Moving from one point to the other in Wajir is impossible. For me, I cannot go around in my constituency. I cannot go to anywhere. I can only land in Wajir headquarters and just stay there. I cannot even help my people. I wish to add my voice to those who spoke before me and say that the president should declare this as a national disaster so that resources are mobilized from our friends, from donors, and from the country. And as some before me spoke, we have appropriated certain amount of money for disaster like this, for emergencies. We want to see that money rolling and helping our people save their lives. I also wish to add and say that it's now the second budget. And the unfortunate thing that is going to happen is that even when this water or this season of flood end, we will still be crying about lack of water. We thought, and we have presented a number of proposals, and we've been promised a number of dams which are going to be built in certain areas so that water can be saved. Sadly, even with all the proposals we've given, we do not have anywhere to save this water. We'll still be crying again. I shudder to say that sometimes when certain bills like a conflict of interest are brought here, and certain people at strategic places like budget committees or certain important committees, probably certain people are taking most of the budget to certain places and neglecting certain areas that where we are from. I want to add and say that the leadership of the House has deserted this. Probably they feel this motion is not important. And I want to say and repeat what my brother Deko has said from Garissa town. Business is not going to be as usual. No. Where we are from and the whole of Kenya must be considered in the rightful development. This cannot continue anymore. I also want to say that just to help this emergency program, there is the Northern Corridor Highway, which was supposed to be done in bits. In my constituency, from Wajir town through Tarbaji to Kutulo, the tender process has already ended. The concurrence from the funders have already come through. But this, so I am urging the government, the Minister for Transport, the Minister for Roads, and my President to speed up the issuance of this award to these companies which have met every qualification and they have finished all the tender processes, so that they can begin alongside these emergency projects that we are requesting to open up roads, that this tender is given, this award is given, so that they can help in building these roads. If these roads were there, my people will have accessed enough services. Now we immediately need tents, nets, and some foodstuffs. And at the same time, request the provincial administration on the ground, like the chiefs and the DCCs and the ACCs on the ground and nationally.
Member for Limuru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance. As I rise, I want to thank the MP for Madeira for bringing this motion. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious issue. It affects many of our people in the country. We know that, Madam Speaker, the whole world is facing a very tough time with the climate change. And here in Kenya, we are seeing very serious issues of El Nino. When I hear my colleagues talk about the problems that are encountered in various parts of the country, I stand with them, because it is really painful to hear that some kids could not do exams when they were supposed to do it, and also they could not get access to various services that they need. Madam Speaker, the El Nino covers the whole area of this country. Even in my area of Limuru, we are worried about the landslides. And Madam Speaker, I know as a country we have to have strategies to deal with this problem. We know that, Madam Speaker, the final solution is to harvest and how to control the flooding. We have no contract, Madam Speaker, for us to fill Indian Ocean. Our business should be how to do dams and how to control the floods. Madam Speaker, we know during this time it is so hard even to repair the roads that have been damaged, because it is difficult to do that, Madam Speaker. But we know that even basic things can help, even in Nairobi here. Madam Speaker, there has been a change because of the mere fact that people have taken time to unblock the drainage system. So even for us in the rural area and wherever, it is important for us to do the very basic, to make sure that the drainages are open so that when the water comes, it does not cut the roads. I know that we may not have enough funds, but Madam Speaker, we can attract public-private partnership in construction of dams, and at the same time, Madam Speaker, the county governments, they can map out the areas that are likely to get affected by this flooding, so that they can advise people in time where to construct. In most cases, they are the ones who approve, and it is important that they also take part in ensuring that they also provide assistance in this matter. But Madam Speaker, I stand with my colleagues when they say that the government must act quickly, particularly to provide relief to the people who are already affected. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Other members? Be upstanding, honorable members. The time now being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 22nd November 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Good afternoon. Welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate on this 21st day of November 2023. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This afternoon, the senators will continue debating a motion by the chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. The motion regards the report of the Standing Committee on the application for conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret. And thereafter, the senators will debate the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2023. The debate on this was interrupted on Wednesday, 18th of October 2023 during the afternoon sitting. Other bills which have been lined up for debate for the second reading include the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, the Coffee Bill, the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination